Okay. Dear all, welcome to this year's annual conference of the Society for Intercultural Philosophy here at the University of Tübingen, Germany. I'm very pleased that so many people from all over the world have registered to participate in the next 3 days of this conference via Zoom, and that even more are following the keynote lectures and discussions on YouTube. A particularly warm welcome to our speakers. It is a great honor indeed to have some of the most renowned researchers in their fields among us. We are eagerly awaiting each of your presentations. Thank you so much for being part of this fascinating endeavor. The Society for Intercultural Philosophy has made it its task to open the view for non-Western philosophies and life worlds, and to bring the different philosophies into a conversation with each other. When we speak today of the need to think and act more globally, we mean first of all this conversation. Today, we are still at the very beginning of such a conversation and are just beginning to sense what the demand and statement of provincializing Europe, as Chakrabarty speaks of, means. In any case, the step toward greater globality cannot represent another chapter in the story of Europeanization of the world, but it requires, first of all, to become attentive of the richness that lies in the diversity of non-Western life worlds, histories, philosophies, understandings of humanity and nature, in fact, even ontologies and realities of life. From a philosophical point of view, this must not remain a mere stock-taking. The perception of plural life worlds and philosophies must instead lead to a lively exchange so that all can learn from each other and enter into a mutual process of correction. Such a conversation does not lead to the emergence of a life world with uniform structures and binding forms of thinking and acting. In the longing for a binding order that helps to reduce the complexity of our time, which is perceived as all too great, and to tame the diversity which is actually experienced, is an abstractly imagined unity, a thinking is reflected that aims at ultimate justifications. This is the metaphysical heritage of a philosophical tradition which, in the face of the discovery of human reasonableness and openness to the world, has, for all its fascination, always also been frightened and has tried to capture the forlornness and freedom of the human being, standing in such openness by the description of an all-embracing heaven and by its orientation towards a telos. We know this tension between fascination with what Arendt described as the freedom of action and the attempt to discover an all-grounding meaning in such freedom from all the great thinkers of European philosophy, starting from Plato to Hegel and up to today. Indeed, this tension has probably been a major factor in philosophy's producing such great thinkers. In the present, however, the fact that Western thinking is being provincialized and we are becoming aware of a multiplicity of philosophies challenges us once again to endure the openness of man to the world and not to encounter plurality with unifying categories and patterns of thought. Neither may we simply extend the attempt to describe a unified sense to the plurality of philosophies and life worlds we encounter today, nor may we impute to each of them its own unifying sense and thus essentialize them. The life worlds, philosophies, histories, and cultures only become different when we reduce them to a supposed essence and delimit this from the Western European reality of experience, which supposedly itself integrates any diversity. Admittedly, similar attempts to subsume the diversity of the life worlds under the heaven of non-Western experiential realities are not more helpful. Instead, the experience of man's openness to the world would actually require allowing oneself to be affected by the encounter and conversation with the plurality of philosophies and life worlds, that is, the plurality of human experiential realities. It would require to let oneself be affected in such a way that something happens to oneself, that rigid forms of thinking and acting are questioned, and one's self-understanding is set in motion. With regard to philosophy, this would mean that the Western European tradition of philosophy in its entireness experiences itself being questioned by becoming aware of the plurality of philosophies and thereby feels challenged to find new answers. At our conference, we ask about the political dimension of nature. At first, This does not sound very conclusive, at least in the context of European Western thinking, since the political dimension is essentially human and thus not least set off against nature. When Aristotle speaks of the human as a zoon politikon, this does not designate a characteristic of humans among others, which could also belong to other living beings. Instead, he expresses a characteristic that belongs to humans alone, or in other words, Aristotle names a characteristic that makes all living beings to whom it belongs being human. If we disregard for the moment that Aristotle finds the highest determination of man in the use of theoretical reason and consequently in the vita contemplativa, and instead follow Arendt's focus on the political essence of man, then the political is the dimension into which advancing the human being only actually becomes being human. Therefore, Arendt can say that essential things are lost to man when he stays out of the realm of the political and focuses instead on his own household. According to Arendt, the decisive characteristic of the political lies in the fact that political action acts into the open and therefore cannot foresee or even calculate what it will bring about and how it will be received. In the dimension of the political, the actor exposes himself, he shows his true colors, as it were, without knowing how this will be received. This is why Arendt can say that in the political action, and only there, the agent himself appears. This is the real reason why the human becomes truly human only by entering the realm of the political. Only here he appears as himself, that is, it is only here that he can speak and act as himself. As long as the human being lives in the area of the necessary, humans, on the other hand, orient themselves to others and align their actions to given goals. Even though they may be superior to animals in their way to handle the necessary, this superiority is only of gradual nature. A new dimension arises only with the political and free action which sets a beginning in the political realm. The dimension of the political, however, is consciously set off against all vital and therefore also against all natural dimensions. In fact, the fact that nature has recently come back onto the agenda in politics is largely due to the fact that the negative effects of human interaction with nature are becoming increasingly visible and, above all, clearly perceptible. Today, we are talking about saving our planet from extinction, which shows that how dramatic the situation has long been. For far too long, man has regarded nature as a mere resource and has shamelessly helped himself to it, polluting, neglecting, and finally destroying it. He did not care about nature and believed that he did not have to care, since he himself has elevated himself above nature and literally subjugated it. Now, however, nature strikes back, as Latour says in his Gaia book, and reveals human impotence in the face of the forces of nature. Humans are not in control of nature, but nature is increasingly taking over humans. In some places, people are literally up to their necks in water. Elsewhere, persistent drought is destroying harvest in the long term, even in places where only a short time ago there were flourishing landscapes. The climate is threatening to collapse, and the point of no return is already in sight. Pollution of the oceans, deforestation, poisoning of rivers and soils, the series of environmental sins seems to be endless, and it is leading to whole swaths of land becoming uninhabitable and triggering huge migration movements. This further exacerbates existing economic inequalities and injustices, and threatens wars over water and arable land. As if all this were not enough, the plague, which was thought to have been overcome, is now returning in form of a coronavirus and paralyzing human social life worldwide. It is indeed as if we had been too close to nature, and as if nature were now claiming its rights, driving us out of areas that it had claimed for itself and keeping us at a distance, and in the pandemic, as it were in revenge, even from each other. But of course, the description of a nature as being exploited and maltreated by man also only is the reverse side of that worldview which sees in nature a context of necessity which man can learn to understand and to make usable. The flip side makes it obvious that nature in the end not only eludes the understanding, but above all also the utilizing excess and appears in its own right. It is therefore consistent when Latour demands that nature be allowed to participate in the decisions about the shaping of the environment that have so far been made solely by man. In his Parliament of Things, for example, fish get a say in the reshaping of river course, as do the riverbed and the landscapes near its banks. Man can no longer freely dispose of nature, but must listen to it and take into account its own interest. That sounds good, but is it enough? Doesn't Latour also remain attached to the logic of shaping of nature by sovereign actors, even though, or perhaps especially then, when nature or parts of it become actors themselves? The fact that the individual actors themselves belong to changing networks or represent networks themselves does not change the fact that the actor-network theory assumes a shaping of nature that makes it the object of the shaping process. By seeing the mutual dependence of man and nature, their fundamental difference is not abolished. Perhaps I look at the concept of Ubuntu, which we will learn about in a moment, could help here. The idea of community with which Ubuntu is usually associated includes not only the human community, but also the community with nature. It plays a role here that natural objects can be visited by ancestral spirits. Thus, man encounters his own origin and history in nature. However, the significance of nature goes beyond this. Thus, nature itself ultimately stands for life, which ancestors remind their descendants to care for and to renew. Unlike in the actor-network theory, however, natural objects and humans are not simply interdependent, but are experienced as expressions of the same all-pervading aliveness, so that every action acquires the meaning of acting together and is measured against this meaning. In the tradition of Western European thought, there are and have been other exciting approaches besides the current attempts to rethink the relationship between man and nature, which today are mainly linked to the sociology of knowledge and science and technology studies. Among them, the understanding of nature of German idealism and early Romanticism stands out, especially the speculative natural philosophy of Schelling and the poetry of Hölderlin. Here, nature is conceived neither as a subject nor as an object. It is neither an actor nor a formative mass, but the epitome of self-actualizing reality. Schelling tries to capture the radical nature of this thought through the metaphor of God becoming himself. Hölderlin describes, more correctly thinks about the dimensionality of natural history. Nature does not develop in time, but it itself is history forming. Development is always possible only in a dimension opened up by nature. Also, the human dimension is such a dimension of nature in which nature is taken up in the whole and finds a special expression. It is, according to this thinking, a misunderstanding to think that the human can rise above nature and subjugate it. Instead, the human himself is only truly human when he encounters nature according to the human dimension, that is, when he encounters it humanely. In man, nature as a whole gains human form. At the same time, all other dimensions in which nature expresses itself remain present as depth dimensions. The more clearly these deep dimensions emerge, the clearer the human dimension of nature. It is, I think, no coincidence that especially the thinking of German idealism has met with special interest in non-Western philosophies and experiences of nature. Particularly in the Asian traditions, there are numerous attempts to translate this thinking into their own experiential reality. Perhaps nowhere has it ever been received with such interest and productivity as there. In the process, of course, the thinking of German idealism has been further developed and changed. No thought can claim ultimate validity. Indeed, it cannot claim any validity at all as long as it has not thought about anew and is always further clarified therein. In the coming days, we will hear various contributions on Indian, Chinese, and Japanese thinking, among many others. I cannot and do not want to anticipate these contributions here. Instead, I would like to show a picture that I brought back from one of my trips to Japan. And I do this here. This is the Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, or by its old name, Rokuonji Deer Garden Temple in Kyoto, Japan. It is part of a Zen temple complex and dates from the late 14th century. The Golden Pavilion fell victim to arson in the mid-20th century, and what we see today is a detailed reconstruction of the old pavilion built in 1955. I'm not going into the history and significance of the pavilion, but I simply want to share an observation with you. In reference to Japanese temples, the term borrowed landscape is sometimes used to indicate that temples and landscape correspond and enter into a conversation with each other. Ohashi refers to the phenomenon as kire tsutsuki and characterizes it as, citation, a structure in which opposites each permeate to the interior of the other and both at the same time stand completely apart from each other. End of citation. The 3 floors of the pavilion take up the structures of the steep tree plantation seen in the right background, as well as the play of its colors shining in the sun. The floors do not simply build on each other, but are each independent due to the pagoda-like roofs and repeat, as it were, the floors below them. Here, too, they stand out from one another, while at the same time being completely taken up by one another. This gives the individual floors something floating. They do not press on each other like a load, but interpret and lift each other. The impression of floating is reinforced by the location on the water. The pavilion as a whole seems to float. Finally, the reflection in the lake takes up the aesthetic interplay of pavilion and landscape again, so that the impression of an interlocking of pavilion and landscape becomes complete. The play of mutual interpretation is so rapid that it is no longer clear who is actually interpreting whom here. What is to be interpreted remains in the balance, and it is precisely this that seems to me to make this picture so appealing. Letting in the balance, what it is to be interpreted could be a fitting image to the endurance of the openness of the world of which I spoke at the beginning. Then we could try to see the different understandings of nature which we encounter in the plural philosophies and life worlds as mutual interpretations without therefore having to fix an interpretandum. What would this mean to the Western European understanding of nature? And to what extent is the conception of nature that we encounter in the Ubuntu and an interpretation of Japanese aesthetics? In turn, how are Latin American experiences incorporated in it? Such an interpretative, non-determinative conversation, an ongoing exchange of experience and mutual learning from each other could itself open up something like a political dimension of nature. Over the next three days, we will hear contributions from a variety of different regions of the world that will give us insights into very different experiences of nature and perspectives on the political dimension of nature. Many, but by no means all, of the contributions will come from philosophy. This is no coincidence, as opening up to non-Western philosophies also means crossing fixed and sometimes entrenched boundaries between disciplines. When we enter into the global exchange about the question of nature, we must not limit this question methodically in advance and thus already determine a certain access to nature. Instead, the intercultural exchange must always be an interdisciplinary one at the same time. I'm therefore particularly pleased that we have succeeded in reflecting this at our conference. The very first keynotes will come from literary studies and anthropology. Following each presentation, there will be the opportunity for discussion, and I would like to invite you very much to make use of this opportunity. Please use the electronic show of hands on Zoom or write your question in the chat. Please note that our meeting can be followed on YouTube as a live stream. Therefore, if you do not want to appear with camera image, please turn off your camera. There will be a short break between each presentation, which will allow you to stand up for a moment, catch your breath, and get a cup of tea. If you need to leave the conference in the meantime, you can come back at any time using the same link. This applies to all 3 days and also to the afternoon sections and evening lectures. In view of this still tense pandemic situation, this conference is taking place online. However, as you may see, that I am not sitting alone in front of the computer, but standing in flesh in a lecture hall. In fact, we are here on site with a very small group of people from Tübingen and will conduct the entire conference in presence on behalf of all of you. Finally, I would like to say a word of thanks to all of those who are contributing and have contributed to the success of this conference. In particular, I thank the speakers, the moderators, and the board of the Society for Intercultural Philosophy, as well as the organizing team, especially Dr. Michael Stadler, Dr. Abid Kanor, and Dr. Fernando Wirtz, without whose commitment and enthusiasm for the cause, this conference could never have been realized. I would like to thank the DFG, German research community, for their generous support of the conference. The first two keynote lectures will be moderated by Dorothee Kimmich. Dorothee is a professor of literature studies and cultural theory here in Tübingen, and in her diverse research on things, on the phenomenon of similarity, and on questions of belonging and possession, she's very interested in conversation with non-Western realities of experience herself. We'll now go into a very short break and come back for a first plenary session at 10:15. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning to the people here in the room. Good morning to all the people on all kind of screens here. And for instance, good morning, James Ogude. We are very happy to have you here with us. Yeah, what means here? We don't know really what means here. And we regret that we can't have you here in person and invite you for a coffee or for a dinner. But we try to make the best of it. James Ogude is the director of the Center of the Advancement of Scholarship at the University of Pretoria, a position he's assumed in 2017, having been with the center since May 2013. He has just concluded a 5-year project on the Southern African philosophical concept of Ubuntu, funded by the Templeton World Charity Foundation, and is currently leading a Mellon-funded supranational project involving the universities of Ghana, Makerere, Cape Town, and Pretoria. He's also the director of the African Observatory for Environmental Humanities, located at the Center for the Advancement of Scholarship at the University of Pretoria. Until his appointment to the center, he was a professor of African literature and cultures in the School of Literature, Language and Media Studies at the University of Witwatersrand, where he worked since 1994. His research interests include the broad areas of African literatures in English and post-colonial theories, with a specific focus on issues of memory and reconstruction of African history and identities. More recently, his research focus has shifted to popular cultures and literature in Africa in an attempt to understand how these cultures produced from below help us to understand issues of power and its uses on the continent. He's also working on the area of Black intellectual tradition, and his most recent edited books are Ubuntu and Personhood in 2018, Ubuntu and the Everyday, 2019, Ubuntu and the Reconstitution of Community, 2019. In addition, he has edited a number of books in literature and related areas, and I can't really mention everything in all articles and book chapters and everything. So to show how James Ogude works, let me just cite maybe a few words from a manifesto he published together with 10 other researchers in 2015. It's a manifesto, Humanities for the Environment, a manifesto for research and action. And I cite humanities disciplines such as philosophy, history, religious studies, gender studies, language and literary studies, psychology do offer deep insights into human motivation, values and choices. We believe that the expertise of such fields for transforming human preferences, practices and actions is ignored at society's peril. We propose an agenda that focuses global humanities research on stepping up to the challenges of planetary environmental change. We have established environmental humanities observatories through which to observe, explore, and enact the crucial ways humanistic disciplines may help us understand and engage with global ecological problems by providing insight into human action, perceptions, and motivations. All the observatories pursued a common question, and this might be also the question which is discussed all through the next 3 days. What is the role of the humanities in the age of the Anthropocene? End of quote. Please allow me to say James Ogude is a network thinker. And Ubuntu, in its broadest sense, is rooted in the belief that the full development of personhood comes with a shared identity and the idea that an individual's humanity is fostered in a network of relationships. Mr. Ogude, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Ogude.
Yes.
Could you follow the?
Could I follow?
I think you can start your presentation now.
Oh, I was waiting for the moderator.
Okay. Sorry, you have been moderated already. There was a technical
no,
problem. Just start your presentation.
I didn't hear a thing. Can you hear me?
Yes, everybody can hear you.
Oh, thank you. My apologies. Okay. I was waiting for the moderator.
No, our apologies.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. Let me start by thanking, Professor Niels Weidtmann, a friend that I met, over 6 years ago in Vienna at a conference on transitional justice. And there I was giving a paper on Ubuntu. And I found his interventions to be extremely useful. And in the process, I decided to bring him on board on a project that I was running, a Templates on World Charity Foundation project on Ubuntu, and which went on for about 5 years. And Professor Weidtmann was part of it. And that project produced 3 titles on Ubuntu. One of them is Ubuntu and Personhood. The other one, Ubuntu and the Everyday. And the third title was Ubuntu and the Reconstitution of Communities. And in all those 3 volumes, I found Professor Weidtmann's contribution very compelling. And those really, I don't consider myself one as a philosopher, but these 3 volumes are my claim to fame, if you wish. And as a result, I've been into a lot of trouble because people keep thinking that I'm a philosopher. I am basically a literary scholar by training. And so I always feel very uneasy in the company of philosophers like you. The majority of you are philosophers. And so if my paper today does not sound profoundly philosophical, you will understand. My comfort, though, is in the fact that literature deals with the story. Literature deals with narrative, and that the first cognitive tool ever given to man and woman was the story, was narrative. And in many ways, therefore, narrative and the story precedes most of the disciplines that, like philosophy. And my comfort, therefore, is that, human nature nexus is really accessible to us only through the story or through narrative. What I'm going to share with you today relates to Ubuntu, Nguni concept, philosophical concept, and what I consider as the principle of co-agency in African ecology that underpins it. I want to do a number of things which, let me just spell out right from the beginning. One, I want to question in this paper the idea that African thought is predominantly anthropocentric. It's a very popular myth around African thought that is fundamentally human-centered. The second point that I want to make is that a number of African political thinkers, philosophers, and theologians have insisted that there is no divide between the human and the non-human, nature and culture in African thought. The third issue that I wish to pursue in this paper is that a number of African philosophical concepts, such as karma among the Shona, Ubuntu among the Nguni communities in Southern Africa, Utu in East Africa, and Mat in Northern Africa, have also insisted on this interdependence and interrelatedness between humans and nature. Okay? I will then go on to use the example of Ubuntu and its principle of co-agency, and that is the dialectics between the human and other non-human, to illustrate my point that personhood that Ubuntu philosophy encapsulates is more than just person-to-person relationship, whereas Weidtmann also intimated in his introduction that the Ubuntu philosophy and the idea of community is much broader and goes on to include the totality of the planetary universe as we know it. And finally, I want to linger on two issues because I think the question will come up and say, well, what makes Ubuntu special? I'm not trying to suggest that it is special, but I'm trying to suggest that there's a sense in which Ubuntu offers us a critique, offers us possibilities of the future, that certain concepts, or if you like, certain schools of thought that have tried to look at the relationship between man and the environment have failed to fully flesh out. And I will be using Ubuntu, for example, to offer some critique of the deep eco-criticism that emerges from North America. Finally, I will also be using Beren's idea of moral considerability as one way of introducing the idea of co-agency, the idea of helping us to understand, indeed, how other elements, other non-human elements could be regarded as agents in their own rights. So, if you don't get anything from what I'm going to read on, remember that those are the key issues I'm trying to raise in this lecture. They are broad strokes, I admit, but hopefully, in looking at these broad strokes, one is hoping that I can stimulate some debate, among the participants. Let me start with a quote from Beren. Beren writes in relation to African thought. He says, there is a pervasive presumption that African thought is inherently anthropocentric and has little to contribute to environmental ethics. Against this view, a promising African environmentalism can be found in a belief in a fundamental interrelatedness between natural objects. What establishes moral considerability on this African view is that entities are part of the interconnected web of life. This position accords moral standing to all living things, groups of living things, as well as inanimate natural entities. This view Beren adds, is not only plausible, but it is also theoretically appealing. I hope that as I go through my paper, I will be trying to convince you that the anthropocentric idea is in itself something that is alien, is in itself something that is embedded in African thought. And so I start. Over the years, there has been a persistent narrative that African philosophy is fundamentally anthropocentric. As a result, whenever philosophers are in search of an environmental ethic, they turn to the beliefs, values, and broad cultural practices of many societies. Africa never features. African thought, it is argued, could never yield any insight into ecological episteme or indigenous eco-philosophical values. A range of studies on the ecological ethical traditions of communities, while pointing to the presence of these traditions in other cultures, have insisted that African thought merely gravitates around human interest. While making reference to African thought in his book entitled Earth's Insights, Callicott, for example, argues that, and I quote, one might expect to distill from it, that is African thought, no more than a weak and indirect environmental ethic. Beren tells us that the idea that African thought is essentially strongly anthropocentric and thus unable to make any meaningful contribution to an environmental ethic is indeed widespread. In spite of this commonly held belief, the African philosophy is inherently anthropocentric. A number of leading African writers and scholars, like Kwame Nkrumah, Leopold Senghor, and more recently, Wangai Maathai and Achille Mbembe, among others, have noted a strong anti-Cartesian logic in African thought and argue forcefully that the separation between humans and nature is indeed artificial. In Conscientism, Nkrumah offers a compelling critique of Western philosophies of humanity, indicting, for example, the Aristotelian and Cartesian insistence on human superiority based on rationality. Nkrumah rejects the Cartesian dualism that posits an immutable division between mind and body. And I quote, "The suspicion that living things exhibit non-apperceptive response is not new. Indeed, Descartes thought that the response of all non-human animals was non-perceptive. He therefore denied that non-human animals possessed souls, remaining content to believe that all actions of such animals could be given a mechanical explanation which is complete. But even humans are not entirely above non-appreciative response." End of quote. In a similar vein, Senghor writes that the West's separation of humans from the environment has resulted in the destruction of Earth. In Senghor's Africa, there is no separation between human beings and their environment. Senghor writes, and I quote, "A certain tree or animal from the local fauna or flora he observes identified with the clan. And although African beliefs in totemism may appear unnatural to a Western observer, in Senghor's philosophy, what is really unnatural and inhuman is to isolate man from his environment to domesticate animal or tree, end of quote. It is therefore not surprising that Senghor was among the first modern African writers to meditate on non-human animals and to propose proper ways of relating to them. The political scientist Ali Masrui also characterized ancient African civilizations as making, and I quote, no great distinction between the past, the present, and the future, and indeed no great distinction between the kingdom of God, the animal kingdom, the human kingdom. He adds the crocodile could be the god. More recently, the late environmental activist Wangari Maathai suggested that the ecological crisis we are facing today could be reduced if we reanimate pre-colonial practices which are anchored in belief systems that protect the environment and animals. For Maathai, the boundary between the secular and the spiritual in African environmental conservation is fluid. Just the spiritual and material realities of the continent are intertwined. Achille Mbembe has gone further, but without confining his argument to Africa by suggesting that, and I quote Achille, humans are part of a very long, deep history that is not simply theirs. That history is vastly older than the very existence of the human race, which in fact is very recent. And they share this deep history with other forms of living entities and species. Our history is therefore one of entanglement with multiple other species. And this being the case, the dualistic partitions of minds from bodies, meaning and matter, or nature from culture, can no longer hold, end of quote from Achille. But Mbembe goes on to insert into this debate the concept of agency and power, arguing that these qualities have to be extended to non-human nature. And our conventional understanding of life as fundamentally dualistic in ways that privileges the human must be called into question, if not altogether disrupted. He writes, and I quote again, to be a subject is no longer to act autonomously in front of an objective background, but to share agency with other subjects that have also lost their autonomy. We have to shift away from the dreams of mastery, end of quote. He argues that the world is indeed in need of a new understanding of ontology, epistemology, ethics, and politics that would allow us to overcome the anthropocentric view of the world that has created the artificial split between nature and culture. This anti-Cartesian view of the planetary Earth is one that is also shared by African theologians, who posit that one of the primary functions of African religious mythology is to reconcile our waking consciousness with the mysteries of nature. As God is everywhere and the individuation of his spirit can also be found in rocks, in caves, in forests, in rivers, and in animals. Bengu, a Southern African critic, makes a similar point when he argues that, and I quote, our status as creatures is interconnected with the existence of other creatures. Our being is one minute and integral part of a unified cosmic process of being. End of quote. My argument is that African communities have tended to view the Cartesian logic that sets humans apart from animals and rationalizes the destruction of other members of the planetary habitat as a modern deformation of the world. For them, that is the Africans, the need to care for human life correlated with the imperative of responsibility to non-human animals. In this conversation, I wish to argue that the call for the centering of the human that scholars like Mbembe signal here has always been an integral part of Africa's view of ecology and are embodied in a number of their belief systems and philosophical concepts such as Ubuntu, Utu, Ukama, and Mat, found across the continent. Indeed, Africa's communitarian ethos has always been associated with this concept. Ubuntu, that refers to shared humanity and interrelatedness within the totality of our environment. Ukama, that places emphasis on the interconnectivity of humans, the environment, and ancestors and God. And Mat, which emphasizes harmony, righteousness, and the need to locate and understand oneself and one's actions in the context of the larger whole. This, contrary to the anthropocentric ideas, there is a strong emphasis on the interrelatedness or interconnectedness of human beings and the rest of nature across the continent. I wish to argue that Ubuntu philosophy, which I'm more familiar with and which I've spent time studying, rests on the principle of co-agency, which places emphasis on the dialectical relationship between humans and other species, not just persons, not just nature, but the totality of our planetary universe, which among many African societies will also include relationship with ancestors and a supreme being or supreme beings. The point is that when we talk about interrelatedness, we require a corresponding philosophical approach that looks at nature in its totality, and Ubuntu would seem to offer that vision. Magobe Ramose, one of the leading scholars of Ubuntu in South Africa, tells us that Ubuntu in its essence is the capacity to perceive, and I quote, being or the universe as a complex wholeness involving a multi-layered and incessant interaction of all entities, end of quote. The non-human is not excluded from the wholeness, and that, I quote, caring for one another is the fulfillment of the natural duty to care for the physical nature as well, especially because Ubuntu, here he says, is the constant strive to strike and maintain a balance between beings and physical nature. In a fundamental way, Ramose's position echoes back to a pre-colonial metaphysics of nature in which the emphasis was always on achieving a balance, striving for harmony and a productive coexistence between species. The traditional African metaphysical outlook implies recognition and acceptance of interdependence and peaceful coexistence between earth, plants, animals, humans, and land, including non-inanimate objects. Whenever this balance was upset, there was always a form of restitution, an attempt to reconcile the human back to their environment, either through ritual and sacrifice or penalty. Over the years, humans have mistakenly replaced their responsibility over the earth as co-creators and have instead sought to impose its authority over all species and objects on earth. It is this artificial hierarchy that traditional concepts such as Ubuntu allows us to disrupt. Benes Bujo, a Central African theologian, asserts that, and I quote, "The African is convinced that all things in the cosmos are interconnected. All natural forces depend on each other so that human beings can live in harmony only in and with the whole nature," end of quote. This view of Ubuntu is supported by another scholar, Murove, who argues that Ubuntu is indeed an existential reality that permeates everything that exists. Murove also points out that in African beliefs, I quote, "there inheres conviction that Ubuntu person was not only related to the other Abantu people, she also related to the natural environment," end of quote. It is therefore not surprising that the concept of Ubuntu extends beyond interpersonal interactions into a range of relations between humans and nature that are fundamental in Nguni cosmology. Harriet Gubane argues that the Zulu believe that there is a special relationship between a person and its environment, that plant and animal life somehow affect the environment. She continues, besides, a Zulu conceives of good health, not only as consisting of a healthy body, but as a healthy situation of everything that concerns him. Good health means the harmonious working and coordination of the universe, end of quote. Gobane continues to argue that when balance is lost, order is restored through what the Zulus call ukuzilungiza, which implies reinstating a moral order, providing a kind of symmetry which denotes that things are coming together. Therefore, the critique of Western ontological dualism stems from this ecologically complex architecture that disrupts the nature-culture dichotomy, and one which Ubuntu, at its very best, entails. I'm aware that these debates are not confined to Africa, and I'm by no means suggesting that Ubuntu ontology is exceptional. There has been over the years an increase in scholarly interventions which seek to disrupt this dualism, even in Western thought. That is why Braidotti, the philosopher, includes Ubuntu alongside Eduardo Glissant's Poetics of Relations, Paul Gilroy's Planetary Cosmopolitanism, Attar Bra, Diasporic Ethics, and Homi Bhabha's Subaltern Secularism. What Braidotti is signaling here is the idea that in its multifarious strands, Ubuntu speaks to the shared experiences of various marginalized groups in ways that empowers humans as well as non-humans, thus making a post-human ethics that sees the world as having a complexity beyond anthropocentric interest. In the West, the discourses linked to deep eco-criticism, for example, have championed what they call holistic ontology of the environment, but one which is not without its challenges. Post-colonial ecological critics have argued that North American environmentalism in the form of deep eco-criticism, while claiming to be holistic and putting to rest human-nature dichotomy, has in fact shown the tendency to separate the history of the empire from eco-critical thought, which dehistoricizes nature and often contributes to a discourse of green Orientalism. The argument is that this amounts to a misrepresentation of past and a possible distortion of ecological futures bereft of a history that has always been complex. Goha, for example, has contended that deep ecology demonstrates, and I quote, lack of concern with inequalities within human societies, end of quote. And this dehistoricizes nature and overlooks more pressing environmental issues such as global militarization and the growing overconsumption by industrial nations and by urban elites in the third world. Goha points out that the construction of pristine, read non-human, wilderness areas or wilderness areas in Africa and elsewhere in the third world, and often encouraged by Western financial agencies, benefits elite tourists rather than local peoples and positions enjoyment of nature as an integral part of the consumer society, rather than challenging the capitalist logic of consumption that creates the need for consumption to begin with. Goha concludes, and I quote, despite its claims to universality, deep ecology is firmly rooted in American environmental and cultural history and is inappropriate when applied to the third world. Although post-colonial and decolonizing nations have debated these particular issues for decades in ways that firmly place the human in nature, there remains a persistent concern that the discourse of nature is sometimes a universalizing one. And thus eco-criticism is particularly vulnerable to naturalizing dominant forms of the environmental discourse, particularly those that do not fundamentally engage with questions of difference, power, and privilege. And though ecology as a concept always demands multiple acts of translation from nature to human, from human to human, post-colonial ecology must engage the complexity of global environmental knowledges, traditions, and histories in ways that moves far beyond the discourse of modernization theory. It is for these reasons that the so-called pre-colonial model of ecology that Ubuntu offers remains relevant because of its capacity to foreground, one, human continuity, and secondly, ethics of place and belonging, but also in relation to other known species, but without the trappings of discourses of wilderness and conservation. By definition, Ubuntu's core values are opposed to North American eco-critics that still cling to what would easily pass for primordial natural purity in the wilderness, largely perceived as a retreat from the social and environmental pollution of modernity. An Ubuntu model would, for example, encourage the type of natural habitat that allows for a porous boundary between the human and non-human animals, plants, rivers, and inanimate objects. But it would also address itself to the questions about the economics of human ecology that has been a vital historical aspect of post-colonialism and which has been overlooked by dominant forms of Anglo-American environmental thought. Thus, what Ubuntu does is to allow us to speak for nature in a language that does not privilege dualist thought or naturalize the hierarchies between the human and the non-human, or class interests that are cloaked behind the grammar of nature conservation. In this respect, my position echoes that of Michel Serres when he writes in his book, The Natural Contract, that global climate change calls for new epistemologies that no longer imagine themselves as separate specializations, because we need, as he says, and I quote, a collective ethics in the face of world fragility, end of quote. In a significant way, Serres describes a kind of restoration of banished knowledges, like Ubuntu, as a response to the important ecological demands of the global. Very similar to Foucault's call about the resurrection of the so-called subjugated knowledges to deal with these possibilities. He writes, and I quote, "Never forget the place from which you depart, but leave it behind and join the universal. Love the bond that unites your plot of earth with the earth, with a capital E, the bond that makes kin and stranger resemble each other," end of quote. I see in this the ethic of care that has been extensively theorized in Ubuntu philosophy, in feminist philosophy, and in eco-theology. And I want to argue this should form an important component for post-colonial and eco-critical thought. What Serres writes about is at the heart of what Ubuntu entails and what Glissant calls the poetics of relations. And that is a way of responding to the fragmentation of history by conceiving of totality, but willingly renouncing any claim to sum it up or to possess it. The poetics of relations has a particular importance for an African ecology or post-colonial ecology that Ubuntu signals. An ecology, and this is important, that offers a critique of homogenizing models that tend to collapse far too easily global and local environmental issues. A model that calls for inclusiveness in difference. Indeed, a model in which human agency is decentered to allow for other non-human agents to acquire their rightful place in the planetary universe, not as supplementary objects, but as subjects in their own right. Ubuntu also points to relational interdependence of all lands and of the whole earth, thus offering the possibilities of imagining relations in new ways to forge new epistemologies. One of the ways through which Ubuntu philosophy enables this is the manner in which it offers post-colonial environmental imagination, an awareness of our fragility when we act alone as fragmented lands or as humans divorced from nature itself. Indeed, it collapses the humanist distinction between natural history and human history. Finally, in trying to examine the belief in a fundamental interrelatedness between natural objects, scholars like Kevin Berain have sought to argue that this requires a certain measure of what he calls moral considerability, because, as he says, entities are part of the interconnected web of life. In other words, when we evoke the principle of co-agency, which implies interconnected web of life involving different entities, are we also suggesting that these entities outside the human agents and by extension are morally considerable? Berain makes a distinction between things of moral value and entities that are morally considerable. He writes, and I quote, "My main claim is that African thought extends moral considerability to include all things that are part of the interconnected web of life. That is, all individual living things, groups of living things such as families, species, and ecosystems, and as well as inanimate natural subjects such as rivers and mountains. Granting moral considerability to other natural entities entails a rejection of strong anthropocentrism, inasmuch as the interests of non-human nature are also considered to be of moral significance." Beren argues that in order for an entity to be morally considerable, it must be capable of being regarded as making some kind of morally significant claim against a moral agent or agents. He adds, and I quote, "In turn, moral agents must in some sense be said to have some kind of basic moral obligation towards such entity. This view implies that we should have a direct moral obligation towards entities that are morally considerable." Law clarifies this further when she writes, and I quote, "Moral value is something that ought to be protected and or promoted. But to say that something has moral considerability is to say that its existence, well-being, interest, preference, and or some aspect of it ought to be directly given positive weight in our moral deliberations about actions likely affected." And we see this on an ongoing basis, whether we are debating on issues, the so-called resources of common interest, such as rivers, areas, where you should fish or not, or whether we are talking about, the Amazon, there's a sense in which our moral deliberations about actions that are supposed to be taken on some of these, so-called non or natural resources become issues of moral considerability. So Beren identifies a number of elements that are morally considerable in African thought, and this include communitarianism, belief that all being possesses some kind of life force, and vital agency, and the widespread practice of totemism, which implies respect of animals as co-partners in the moral universe. Thus, African worldview regard a wide variety of objects as requiring respect or having a moral standing. This includes other living humans, animals, plants, and the dead, in the form of ancestors, and inanimate objects such as rocks, forests, rivers, mountains, and minerals for that matter. Now, regardless of our attitude towards these claims, what is evident is that African worldviews do require a certain respect for the environment, which is largely absent from the historically dominant anthropocentric and exploitative worldview that has been part of the modernist project in the last few centuries or decades. According to Beren, therefore, and I quote, "What grants moral considerability to an entity is not that it has an individual life or telos of its own, but that it is part of the web or fabric of life. And then, on this view, all things that can be part of this web of life that themselves share or enable this life can be morally considerable." Thus, according to the web of life criterion, moral considerability could be extended to even geological formations on the basis of their history and the natural processes of their coming into existence. They are morally considerable because they have been forged through the natural processes of the earth alongside and intricately interconnected with the natural processes that continue to create and sustain life. It is on these bases that Beren argues that it is plausible to include inanimate natural entities within the scope of what is morally considered. Similarly, since the belief in ancestors implies a continuity and interdependence between generations, they too would qualify as morally considerable. Since, as Weredu argues, intergenerational moral accountability is intrinsic to African thought. Kwesi Weredu observes, and I quote, "Of all the duties owed to the ancestors, none is more imperious than that of husbanding the resources of the land so as to leave it in good shape for posterity." In this moral scheme, the rights of the unborn play such a cardinal role that any traditional African would be nonplussed by the debate in Western philosophy as to the existence of such rights. In upshot, there's a two-sided concept of stewardship in the management of the environment, involving obligations to both ancestors and descendants, which motivates environmental carefulness. End of quote. In conclusion, I wish to state that since Ubuntu is relational and necessarily takes into account relationships and connectedness of everything in nature, its principle of coagency, premised here on what Behrens calls moral considerability, works to promote harmony, solidarity, respect, and mutual cooperation between natural things. If indeed what is central to morality is life, as in the web of fabric life, then anything that forms part of this complex web of life can be morally considerable, a co-agent that fundamentally disrupts human and nature dualism. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see myself, which is not the idea. So I think we have the first question here, but I have to wait for everybody to appear again on the screen so that I can see raised hands and questions from everybody maybe, or some of you. So I'm going to wait maybe one more moment. And also können wir schon so machen, dass die Leute jetzt ihre Fragen auch mündlich stellen, oder wolltest du alle? Ja, natürlich. So I have some comments and some questions. The idea is that you raise your hand and that you have your questions orally, and you can ask James Ogude, which we thank very, very much for this very interesting comment, and I think it was a very important opening session because it helps us to understand Ubuntu not as a buzzword, but some of very important philosophical groundwork what we have to do. I think Angela Rosan was the first one to ask a question. Please go on. Thank you. So this is sad that we can't hear you. I'm very sorry, we can realize that you opened your micro, but I think I can't hear you. Maybe, James, can you hear Angela? I'm sorry, we are going to be a bit patient because I
can hear.
Niels, kannst du mir noch ganz kurz helfen? Nee, ich habe noch eine andere Frage.
Okay, my question was that Professor Ogude said that the general idea of Ubuntu and relational views of reality in Africa are anthropocentric. And I would like to hear from him what authors or what forces are mainly responsible for the persistence of this view. I could think maybe of John Beattie, but I would like to hear more from him. Thank you.
Angela. Maybe James, you can answer the question. I hope you could capture it. James?
Yeah, there are, a number of authors that, project this view. And, part of it has a lot to do with, the post-colonial moment and the post-colonial experience in Africa, which, as we all know, often meant, a denigration of our humanity. And as a result of that, the response has always been about, restoring humanity to the South, and one of the things that is always missed or was left out, I don't believe it was deliberate, but it was pushed by the nationalist moment amongst our writers, was that, in fact, the fundamental and urgent issue that needed to be resolved was really the restoration of the dignity of the Black man. And that's a discourse that really continued and permeated a whole range of other discourses, even in the US, whether you talk about the civil rights movement, the starting point was about, the Middle Passage. And with the Middle Passage, comes, the dehumanization. And because of that, the privileging of the human has been extremely preponderant. You are right that, a writer like Beattie does the same, although Beattie is torn. His position is fairly agonistic. On the one hand, Beattie seeks to privilege, the relationship between, Africans and the environment. But at the same time, there's a sense in which, there's still a feeling that the human being or the human is supreme. There are a whole range of, I wish I could, had written, some of these examples, but there are many examples that, continue to create this impression that African thought is fundamentally human-centered. And because it is fundamentally human-centered, it has very little to do with the totality of our universe. When in essence, African ontology, by its very history and nature has been speaking about, our connectedness, our interconnectedness to the broader planetary universe. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
We have so
Thank you very much. Very clear answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so James,
we have many questions. So I think it's a good idea. Sorry.
I see Ram there.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I can see Ram.
And so I'm going to try.
May I ask my question?
Yeah, but first this was
Please?
Mr. Sorry, first it was Mr. Mel.
Yes.
Yes. My name.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, my name
Is that Louise?
Louise Muller from Leiden University. And I live in Utrecht. You see my living room here. Yes, my question to you Professor Ogude, is can you please elaborate on this ancient Egyptian concept that you mentioned of Ma'at and its emphasis on harmony of human beings with nature? Because I'm very interested in what you said, but I think I would like to hear more from you about this concept in relation to your presentation. Thank you.
Louise, I would be lying if I told you that I'm deeply, I have a deep understanding of math beyond the fact that, I enter this debate from the point of view of Ubuntu that I've read so much about. But math philosophy is very close to, to Ubuntu in the sense that it also places, deep emphasis on one, our interrelatedness, harmony, but more importantly, our connectedness, to, the broader universe, including, if you like, supreme beings. In Africa, one of the most critical things was that we never just had a supreme being; we had supreme beings, our spiritual life was always, mediated through a range, of gods. Sometimes some lesser gods, some more important gods, but also gods were extremely specific. If you read, for example, among the Egyptians, you had the god of the, of the earth, the god of creation, god of fertility, all these working in tandem, with man and woman, for the procreation and also the extension of, the coexistence of life. But I can look at some material on math and forward it to you. But I would be lying if I told you that I've studied math in depth. So that is as far as,
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
From the chat and one, yes, Mr. Matt, start. Go on, have your question.
Yes, I.
It's your.
Yes?
Yeah, it's for you.
I'm dear colleague, first I want to thank you so much for this very needy lecture with convincing arguments. One thing just I want to mention in the spirit of interculturality and interreligiosity, the trouble is there is some sort of theocentrism which we imported from Europe. In 1994, I think, the Polish Pope said there is no trouble between Christian teaching and Darwin because body is a gift of nature. Then he said, but soul is the gift given by God. And this ultimately leads to some type of anthropocentrism. That means man, as in the image of God, has the right to use nature as a means to this end. So interculturality and interreligiosity, and that is what I learned from you, it pleads for or pleads against this theocentrism. And then I come to the second point, and the anthropocentrism. If we read Hegel, there is the only relation is from the spirit to nature and not the other way around. So I understand you, and I'm so happy. So the world ethos of Kuhn, a very beautiful idea. So you are aiming at, and that is good, some type of cosmic ethos. That means a type of ethos where we all, that means the world of human beings, the world of nature, and the world of animals. So all this cosmic centrism, cosmic ethos is what we really need today, and there is a lot of criticism, particularly in the age of colonialism. I think that's enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Really, thank you, Ram. Brilliant comments. I really, don't wish to, to add much. The truth of the matter is that, the problems of, theocentrism has a lot to do with our history. Whether you are talking about, history of the empire, for that matter, and there's been sometimes distortions, sometimes interpenetrations, which, in certain ways, fail to clarify, a number of issues, and that's why I think that, my quotation of Ceres, because Ceres says that there's a way in which we need to go back to banished knowledges. We need to go back to repressed knowledges. And these sites of repressed knowledges actually are hidden in some of the cultures that have been, in many ways denigrated, sometimes repressed, and in the process we end up, privileging, what you call theoculturalism. The fascinating thing is that when Bishop Tutu, the Archbishop Tutu, came up with, the Ubuntu project, one of his attempts, because he's a Christian, one of Bishop Tutu's, attempt was to reconcile Ubuntu values with Christian values. And one of his arguments is that, since we are all, made in the image of God, we ought to be the same. It's an important argument because most of Tutu's followers are also Christians. But in certain ways, it also clouds the essence of Ubuntu itself, which basically, does not privilege the idea of one supreme God that we are made, after. So there are those, areas of distortion. There are those areas of interpenetration that I believe a productive use of banished knowledges can help us, to clarify. And I thank you, for this phrase, cosmic centrism. I will use it without acknowledging you one day. Thank you.
Thanks for that answer. So I have two questions in the chat, what I would like maybe to put together, and then with a short answer for these two questions, have a short break of only 5 minutes. After that, to open the windows and maybe get a glass of water, and then we are going to start the second lecture of today with Philippe Descola. If it's all, I hope it's okay for everybody, but I think it's also very interesting to have the questions, and I don't want to cut the questions and prefer to cut our break. So there's one question from Mona Noé. What means respectful eating in this case if we are living together with our non-humans and animals are our next species? And then another question from Lauren Walker James. The question is about the term of dialectic, and if we speak about dialectic between nature and human beings and non-natural beings, and if you use the concept of dialectic, is this not a too Western concept and notion to interpret for an interpretation of Ubuntu? This is the last two questions. Could you maybe ask them together and maybe in a kind of a short version of answer would be perfect. Thank you very much.
Can you repeat the first question?
The first question was about respectful.
Can I jump in and shorten the question for you?
Okay.
So my question was about when we talk about moral considerability, in the South, we always have to depend on animals for food. So what kind of relationship would you talk about that? How would you deal with that? It's just a short question. Like, because violence has to be done towards the animals to eat them. And so when they are their food, what kind of perspective does the African oneness have with that kind of question?
I don't know whether I have the answer for some of these. You know, it's a very difficult question. You know, when we venture into the area of moral considerability and by extension our moral obligation, to the planetary Earth. I don't think that I have, it's a debate that is ongoing. What do we do in our relationship to animals? Do we stop, depending on animals as, a source of food? And if we say so, where does it end? Do we stop eating altogether? Because you could extend that argument about moral considerability to plants, and also to rivers. And for me, my own argument is really ultimately, a question of reaching a balance in all these, instead of acting the way that man, has always acted, or humanity has always acted, as if, they can do whatever they want, with the so-called non-humans, But I don't have a definitive answer. I think it's a debate that is out there. The jury's out. It's still going on. Lorraine. Another very interesting question, we always caught up in all these, and part of the problem, of course, is that we are trained, my early training as a scholar I was an avid Marxist, So sometimes you find it extremely difficult to divorce yourself from some of these terminologies. And I don't believe that terminologies in themselves belong to certain cultures or to certain, civilizations, if you like. I always defer to Edward Said, who says that when it comes to issues of culture, there are no debtors or creditors. In other words, you cannot claim ownership of certain things. So the process of borrowing and deploying some of these phrases, is an ongoing one, but I understand where you're coming from. We have to be very careful when we deploy, some of these, grammars that are rooted in certain discourses, because they come sometimes, with a baggage. As long as we register that consciousness, then I think, there's no harm in borrowing some of these ideas, appropriating them and domesticating them. In Africa, they say that we are very good at cannibalizing ideas from elsewhere. We literally cannibalize them and bend them to fuel our own projects. And I think that is partly what I'm trying to do here, and using my background, as a student of Marx, using. I find the word, dialectics very fascinating, because in it is also the element of an ongoing, constant change, even as there is, engagement. So I find it very attractive in that sense. Yeah, I'm not so sure whether, these are very difficult questions, I must admit. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the answering of the question, for the discussion, for the very lively discussion. Thank you very much for all the public to listen. And I would, if you don't mind, I would propose to have 5 minutes, a short break instead of these 15 minutes. I think we can, in 35, 36, I'll be back here to introduce Philippe Descola. If you would, I would be very happy to see you again, be back with us, and go on in this first section of our meeting today. So see you in 5 minutes. Das ist echt aufregender als bei einer normalen Moderation. So, hello again, bonjour à tout le monde. Cher Monsieur Descola, dear Mr. Descola, nous sommes très heureux de vous accueillir ici aujourd'hui. Cependant, naturellement, nous sommes aussi également très tristes de ne pas vous avoir ici en présence. Et nous espérons de vous pouvoir le faire, de vous avoir en présence à un autre moment, avec un peu plus de temps, probablement l'année prochaine. We are very happy to welcome you here today, but we are also a bit sad not to be able to actually welcome you here, and we do still hope to be able to make up for this at another time and then also meet you here in Tübingen, maybe in 2022. Si un jour, par exemple, vous venez ici, on va par exemple pouvoir sortir de cette maison et après seulement 20 mètres là-bas, passer devant la maison Cotta, la maison d'édition où les écrits d'Alexandre von Humboldt ont été publiés. Jean reparlera dans un moment. If you could have Philippe Descola ici, here with us, we could walk out of this house and only 20 meters from here, we would pass the Cotta House, one of the most famous publishing houses in the 18th century. And there were published the writings of Alexander von Humboldt and something about why we would have a walk with Philippe Descola in front of the Cotta House, I will explain a little bit later. Philippe Descola first studied philosophy before moving on to ethnology. He undertook an ethnographic study from 1976 to 1979 with indigenous people in Ecuadorian Amazon. His special focus was the environment, and so his first book, La Nature Domestique, published in 1986, analyzes the ecology of the Achuar indigenous people as a network of sociability that connects the human and non-human actors. So already in the 70s and 80s. This research became the topic of a doctoral thesis under the supervision of Claude Lévi-Strauss. Appointed professor to the chair in anthropology of nature at the Collège de France from 2000 to 2019, Philippe Descola has given lectures in over 40 universities and academic institutions abroad, published books and over 120 scientific articles and chapters of books. And you understand that I can't cite even part of it here. He received so many awards and distinctions. From them, I can only mention the CNRS Gold Medal in 2012. In Germany, I'm absolutely sure the best-known publication is from 2005, Par de la Nature et Culture, translated into German, Spanish, and English. There he proposes a new approach to understanding the distribution of continuities and discontinuities between humans and non-humans. His approach is based on a structural concept of ontology, understood as classification system for the qualities of living beings and a systematic approach to the relationships that unite them. Philippe Descola, and thus also his working group at the Collège de France, had the denomination Anthropology of Nature, Anthropologie de la Nature. This was also the title of his first inaugural lecture held in 2001. This lecture opens with reflection on the importance of Alexander von Humboldt, and this is why I mentioned the house. You can walk around when you come visiting us here in Tübingen. When he studied, says Descola, when Alexander von Humboldt, studied a phenomenon as a geographer or a botanist, he did so with a view to linking it to other phenomena found in the same environment while still taking into account historical and sociological facts. He would then endeavor to eliminate the relations thus revealed by examining similar situations in other regions of the world. Humboldt was thus not only a structuralist avant la lettre, but also to a certain extent the godfather of Descola's chair or denomination, emphasizing the continuity of a fundamental anthropology program that the author of Cosmos was one of the first to outline, to understand the unity of humans through the diversity of the means they employ to objectify a world from which they cannot be dissociated. This is also a citation from the first lecture in the Collège de France. And I finish with the last lectures, not the first, but the final lecture in the Collège de France 2019. Qu'est-ce que comparer is the title, what is comparing, is the title of this farewell lecture after 20 years of Collège de France. One can listen to these to the individual sessions on the site of the Collège de France, and if I could really, I would make this required reading for all who work in the humanities. Reflecting on comparisons, similarities and dissimilarities, points of views, judgments, perspectives and conclusions, it is a comprehensive and impressive bilan of an anthropologie de la nature. As we can see, says Descola, anthropology has constantly been faced with the problem of the relations of continuity and discontinuity between nature and culture, a problem that had often been said to constitute the chosen field of this original form of knowledge. Monsieur Descola, on est très content de vous avoir avec nous, même si c'est que sur l'écran. We are very happy to have you, at least on the screen with us, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Yes.
Can you hear me well? Yes? Good. Thank you for this very generous presentation, and thank you also to Niels Weidtmann for inviting me to speak in front of this distinguished audience. What I will say will, as you will see, resonate with what Professor Ogude just said, which shows that the cleverness of the organizers in selecting the speakers. In fact, in many ways, I will repeat some of the topics that he brought upon. The new climatic regime into which we have entered, sometimes referred to as the Anthropocene, has rendered pathetically inadequate, or rather the inadequacy itself of the words we use to describe the realities that surround us or that we aspire to know. How can we still label as a natural phenomenon? It's something we hear every day, a natural phenomenon, a state of affairs, the climate, the anthropogenic dimensions of which are becoming increasingly manifest. Conversely, how can we continue to speak of the environment, which is even a word which is even more used than a natural phenomenon, the environment by which we mean what surrounds humans, when the science of ecosystems has taught us that the interactions between organisms and their milieu must be understood from a systemic point of view and not as the sole backdrop of a single species, however disruptive it may be. However, this kind of mismatch between words and things is a phenomenon that anthropologists have long experienced. Since the key notions of the social sciences, they are supposed that they are, in a way that they are led to use as a common language, turns out to be quite unfaithful to the realities they are supposed to describe as soon as they concern worlds whose values, practices, and institutions are entirely different from the one they come from. The key notions of the social sciences, terms such as culture, and of course nature, society, history, economy, politics, religion, art, etc., certainly made it possible to illuminate the collective condition of Europeans and to label phenomena that were in the process of taking on perceptible autonomy between the beginning of the 18th and the end of the 19th century. This was the crucial period during which were forged the main concepts that allowed Europe to define itself reflexively as a collective rooted in a particular historical process. And yet, because of the very circumstances of their genesis, these concepts are anything but trans-historical. On the contrary, they result from an entirely singular social and cultural trajectory. So in spite of their being obviously linked to the historical destiny of modern Europe, to its emancipation from the political structures of the Ancien Régime, and to its invention of industrial capitalism, these local concepts have nevertheless been reused by the social sciences to describe and analyze non-European polities as if their descriptive validity was universal. So this tranquil conviction that European bourgeois societies could serve as a yardstick for qualifying any form of association has much to do with the evolutionist ideology dominant in the formative period of the social sciences, which saw all forms of human assemblages as destined to go through the same stages and perhaps one day, with the help of colonization, of course, become proper societies, similar to the societies found in Europe, with the same kind of institutions, the same kind of division between economic, political, and ideological bodies. In the meantime, these exotic would-be societies were supposed to remain merely imperfect prefigurations of that future, in the blurred forms of which anthropologists could discern their eventual realization as complete societies similar to our own. So we have here a constitutive paradox of modern anthropology. The Eurocentrism of the concepts that this discipline uses indicates an amputation of the principle of relativism deployed by ethnologists since the beginning of the 20th century. Relativism, understood here as a method and not as a moral imperative, developed by the first generation of field ethnographers, consisted simply in not taking the values and the institutions of the observer as templates by which to calibrate the values and the institutions of the peoples observed. And ethnologists followed faithfully and efficiently this principle whenever they described and analyzed kinship systems and types of family groupings, forms of exchange of goods and services, and theories of the person or modes of categorizations of plants and animals. In none of these domains were European institutions taken as anthropological universals. Whether it was a question of the monogamous heterosexual family, the capitalist market, the linear classification of natural kinds, or the Cartesian conception of the body as res extensa and of the mind as res cogitans. Now, this principle of methodological relativism, so skillfully and efficiently employed in the study of domains such as kinship, such as the circulation of values, such as ontogenesis or biological knowledge, this principle was not pursued to its final consequences, that is, to the calling into question of the general framework within which our values and institutions had taken shape. And this general framework is the ontology familiar to us in the West, which I have labeled naturalism. Naturalism is an ontology based or furnished with beings and states of affairs that appear unsurprising to us. It's furnished with things like society, like nature, like progress, like cultural habits, a clear separation between things and persons, between scientific knowledge and religious belief, between facts and values. But these beings and states of affairs do not exist under this guise in other ontologies, if they exist at all. Thus, by taking stock of the historically contingent character of the naturalist ontology, I do not advocate hyper-relativism. My ambition is rather the reverse, to elaborate analytical tools that would be less affected by the historical particularisms and biases from which the concepts of social sciences presently suffer. Gravitational force, photosynthesis, the chemical formula of water qualify objects and phenomena whose principles of composition and functioning are everywhere identical on Earth. But this does not hold true of notions such as society, culture, or nature, which cut up the texture of the world along structuring patterns that are proper only to specific places and to a specific period. Structuring patterns which are thus perfectly relative while being unduly claimed to be just the opposite. This is why I deemed necessary to push the reflection forward by not contenting myself with the critique of this or that notion of from the sociological repertoire, and by moving to a deeper level of the making of shared worlds, to the level of the detection of regularities in our surroundings, regularities which, when they become systematized, render possible forms of collectives, conceptions of the subject, theories of action, epistemic modes, conceptions of duration and spatiality, which are common to a large social universe. or to large social universes. So by proceeding in such a manner, I no longer consider societies as already constituted realities to be studied, that is, as assemblages of humans who follow self-imposed sets of conventions. Instead, I try to understand how specific collectives come about. Only some of them see themselves as societies. So the ontological approach I adopt amounts to this. It is not a statement about what the world in general is or ought to be, but rather an inquiry into the diverse ways according to which humans select certain features from the objects whose existence they infer from their surroundings in order to compose worlds out of this material. And it is because these primary modalities of identifications of the world vary that the forms of collectives that humans invent will vary accordingly. They will be immersed in political configurations, types of exchange, and kinds of relations between themselves and with non-humans that will be quite different and will change over time. So my ambition is thus to bring to a more elementary level the critical aim of the social sciences so as to render them better equipped for the task of grasping the general forms of interaction between beings. Obviously, we are not here within the realm of the social sciences alone. Our concern is not just with integrated groups of humans. What is at stake, and I appreciate the reference to Humboldt, because I think this was one of his projects. What is at stake is the interactions to be studied and qualified within these diverse assemblages unfold between agents with different ontological statuses. Humans, to be sure, but also organisms of various kinds, artifacts, representations, physical affordances and effects, deities and spirits, images, physical milieu, and all the other elements with which worlds are composed. So the science that would be in a position to study these kinds of complex objects would then be a general science of relations, an ecology in the broadest sense of the term, a science yet to come, and to which any discipline could contribute in as much as it deals with what might be termed interagentivity, which is very close to what Professor Ogude calls co-agency. Interagentivity, that is the process which brings about emerging properties as a result of the interactions between humans and non-human agents that possess different dispositions, but are nevertheless capable of being affected by each other. It should be obvious by now that if I place this enterprise under the auspices of ontology, it was not to claim an annexation by anthropology of a domain formerly reserved for philosophy, although as I as it was said, my initial training was in philosophy. Rather, it was mainly to emphasize the fact that the level at which I believe anthropological analysis should situate itself is more elementary than the one where it has operated until now. One cannot explain the systems of differences in the properly human ways of inhabiting the world by conceiving of these differences as the derived product of such and such a type of institution, of economic organization, of technical infrastructure, of regimes, of values, of visions of the world, etc. In short, any of the aspects of collectives that the social sciences hypostasize into separate domains in order to bring out causal determinations. Like Professor Ogude, I was, like I think most people in our generation, a Marxist to begin with. And so this perspective I am developing now is in a way an attempt at trying to extract myself from these causal determinations of institutions. Rather, I think, each of these aspects that I've just mentioned can be seen as the stabilized outcome of more fundamental intuitions and inferences as to what the world contains and as to what kind of relations its human and non-human components maintain. So the word ontology seemed appropriate for designating this analytical level, which could also be qualified as pre-predicative in the language of Husserlian phenomenology, which was the other branch of philosophy, which was extremely important to us when we were students in philosophy many, many years ago. And this is why this is the reason why I began to use this notion of ontology parsimoniously and more than 2 decades ago. So if I have contributed to the so-called ontological turn, an expression that I never use myself, it thus has been out of a need for conceptual hygiene. One has to look for the roots of the diversity of human behavior at a deeper level than the one that ethnography reveals, at the level of the differences in the basic inferences humans make as to what kind of beings inhabit the world and as to the ways in which these beings are bound together. And from there ensue the types of collectives within which life is lived in common, the nature of its compositions, or their composition, etc. From there ensue the regimes of temporality, forms of figuration. From there ensue, in fact, all the richness of social and cultural life. Such a perspective might allow treating cosmopolitics in all their diversity without falling into an Eurocentric bias. How should we proceed to achieve that? First of all, by admitting that the main difference between extra-modern, I don't like the use non-modern or pre-modern because of course, of the evolutionist undertone of it. So I rather use the word extra-modern because in some cases, extra-modern peoples are quite deliberate in not being modern. So how are we to understand new forms of cosmopolitics? And so first, by admitting that the main difference between extra-modern cosmopolitics and modern political institutions, this main difference stems from the fact that the former extra-modern polities are capable of integrating non-humans into mixed collectives, or of treating non-humans as political subjects operating in their own collectives, different from the collectives of humans, while the latter confine the latter, that is the modern political institutions, confine non-humans to ancillary functions, that is, surrounding humans as their environment, providing resources to them, or offering food for symbolic thought, which is another great aspect of non-humans for the moderns. If we admit that, then we must also admit that the kinds of collectives which constitute the milieu where life unfolds in parts of the world which are still resisting the front of modernization differ from the ones we recognize in the West. For their collectives, extra-modern collectives, assemble humans and non-humans in different ways. For instance, if one looks closely at the components of what anthropologists call a descent group. A descent group in our language, in our jargon, is either a clan, a lineage, a sib, a moiety, or any similar unit. And anthropology defines a descent group as a set of humans descending from a common ancestor. If we use this notion of a descent group, not as it is conceived by us, but by the people, by the peoples where such unit exists, then one realizes that they contain these units much more than humans. I'll take two brief examples from different parts of the world. Among the Wodabe Pearl of Fulani of Niger, the word Dudal is ordinarily employed by anthropologists to designate a fraction of a lineage, that is the largest segmentary unit functioning as a corporate group. However, as Angelo Bonfiglioli has shown in a monograph, Dudal, this word Dudal, refers in fact both to a line of humans and to a line of Zebu that humans have selected over a number of generations. So a group of humans and a group of domestic animals, the Dudal lineage and the Dudal herd, thus form a continuous and imbricated totality referred to by a single term. The same thing can be said of a notion used by the Tuva herders of Siberia. The word is Al-Kodan. Its meaning is even more encompassing than Dudal, for Al-Kodan refers at the same time to an encampment, to its human inhabitants, to its dogs and cattle, to its yurts, to its enclosures, and to its neighboring pastures, with the results that humans, non-humans, and land are all incorporated into such a notion. And the solidarity of all members of this ontologically mixed collective, ontologically mixed for us, of course, but not for them, is rendered evident in times of crisis. When cattle are plagued by disease, for example, humans have nightmares. And this is seen as a sure indication that the Al-Qudan is being attacked by malevolent spirits. As a consequence, it is the whole Al-Qudan that must be treated by a shaman. In other words, in the clan, in the lineage, in the totemic group, in the Dudal, in the Al-Qudan, there is always much more than women, men, and children alive or dead. Dead, of course, referring to the ancestors. There are also animals, plants, territories, deities, spirits, sanctuaries, pathogens, elements of knowledge, types of expertise, images, and 1,000 other beings or things essential to life. And all these components of the collective are there ab initio. They are constitutive of the mixed units that these segments form. They are not added afterwards as either a suggestive decor for the theater of human actions or as mere purveyors of metaphors. So the idea that anthropology's unit of analysis is provided solely by humans, therefore constitutes a blockage that has obfuscated the properly political dimensions of collective life outside of modern societies. It is from this conception of politics, at once anthropo and Eurocentric, that I wish to break. To do this, we must get rid of a number of prejudices. That is, we must become aware that the concepts we use to describe extra-modern collectives qualify situations that are essentially characteristic of modern societies. I will mention only two aspects of this trend. The first one concerns the notion of the idea of appropriation, and more specifically, appropriation of a territory. This is a notion that historians, anthropologists, archaeologists, whatever the historical situation they are concerned with, have been using extensively to describe the relationship of a collective to the place it inhabits, even though it is typically the product of a legal and philosophical system which is quite specific to the West. Since the beginning of the enclosure movement in England, Europe first, then other parts of the world in its wake, have continuously transformed an ever-increasing part of the earth into alienable and privately appropriated goods. This, by no means universal, movement of mercantilization was made partly possible by a conception of appropriation as the act by which an individual or a community becomes holder of a right over a component of the world. A conception closely linked to modern political philosophy as it was developed in the 17th and 18th centuries, particularly in England, that was summarized by Macpherson under the term, among others, of possessive individualism. However, for many extra-modern collectives, this configuration makes little sense, if only because in many of these experimental collectives, especially in non-European kingdoms, which have still survived, but have mostly disappeared, the power of the sovereign is concerned with the control of humans or the control of cosmic fertility, but not directly with the control of land. But it is also the very notion of territory that needs to be questioned here. Because in an extra-modern context, territory rarely corresponds to what we have been accustomed to conceiving under this term since the emergence in Europe of the Westphalian system, namely the idea that a portion of space exists over which a state exercises its sovereignty and whose stable limits are recognized by neighboring states. It is indeed common that the same physical space can be used by different human groups. And this is, of course, the case of the sharing of different resources in the same milieu by farmers and hunter-gatherers or nomadic pastoralists. Examples are legion in Africa and South America and in Asia. It also happens that a human collective uses different spaces constituting a discontinuous territory, sometimes sharing portions with other human collectives. Moreover, the use of territory is not under the control of the humans alone. It is also dependent upon a host of non-humans with whom humans must deal or on whom they depend, as well as on the agency ascribed to these entities, deities, spirits, genii, ancestors, ghosts, plants, animals, meteors, features of the topography, mountains, etc., etc. I have repeatedly used to talk about these things the term collective. Unlike other categories that designate organized groups of beings, notably, of course, the concept of society, the concept of collective has the huge merit of not prejudging the content of what is associated or of the modes of assembling. So employing the concept of collective eliminates, for one, the ontological disjunction between groupings of humans, society, nation, community, lineage, tribe, ethnic group, etc., and groupings of non-humans, species, herd, band, technical sector, pantheon, collection, etc., etc. It is, of course, not the case that all forms of association are identical, quite the contrary. But their typology should not rest any longer on the elementary distinction between humans and non-humans that underlies the regime of modernity. How can we define a collective? In the sense in which I take it, a collective is a stabilized form of association between beings that can be either ontologically homogeneous or ontologically heterogeneous, and whose composition or principles of composition and modes of relations between the components are both specifiable and susceptible of being reflexively addressed by human members of these assemblages, especially when it comes to a very common exercise, which is qualifying relations with neighboring collectives, where these principles and modes do not apply. We can therefore conceptualize humans and non-humans associated in totalities governed by unitary principles. This is what corresponds to the examples I gave earlier of the Fulani Dudal or of the Tuva camp. It is also possible to conceptualize monospecific assemblages of humans interacting with monospecific assemblages of non-humans who abide by identical rules of sociability. This is what I observed in the Upper Amazon. It's the case of all the, what I call animist collectives, not only in Amazonia, but in other parts of the world, such as Northern Siberia, for instance. These kinds of assemblages are not surprising for anthropologists. They are the usual forms under which extra-modern peoples present themselves to us in all the imaginative diversity of their institutions. Collectives thus exist in stabilized, even canonical forms, which social and political anthropology has certainly described in a fragmentary and anthropocentric manner, but which it is not impossible to restore in all the richness and complexity of their architecture. Moreover, their compositional principles are quite explicit for the humans who are members of them and who know very well how to evaluate their merits in relation to those of neighboring ones. This is why I have hypothesized that the principles of composition of a collective, that is to say, what determines the nature of the beings it associates and the possible links they can maintain together, ultimately depends on what I've called modes of identification. Let me recall in a few words what all this is about. The general idea is that the apparent diversity of cultural habits must be seen as the direct product of differentiated processes of worlding. That is, ways of actualizing the multitude of qualities, phenomena, beings, and relationships that can be objectified by humans through the ontological filters that serve to discriminate between everything that their environment affords to them. I've called modes of identifications these ontological filters that structure worlding. They are cognitive and sensory motor patterns incorporated, embodied, and developed during socialization in a particular physical and social milieu, which function as schematization devices for our practices, intuitions, and perceptions, without necessarily, and in most cases, mobilizing discursive knowledge. In other words, it is this kind of mechanism that allows us to recognize certain things as significant and ignore others, to string together sequences of actions without having to think about them, to interpret events and statements in a certain way, to channel our inferences without about the properties of the world surrounding us without being conscious of it. Yet, despite the diversity of qualities that we can detect in beings and things, or that we can infer from clues offered by their appearance and behavior, it is plausible to think that the ways in which these qualities are organized are not very numerous. Our judgments of identity, that is, the recognition of similarities between objects or events, cannot depend on analytic comparisons carried out term by term. For reasons of cognitive economy, they must be able to be made quickly and non-consciously by induction from shared schemas that are devices for structuring perceived qualities and organizing behavior. I therefore made the hypothesis that there were no more than 4 modes of identifications, that is, 4 ways of systematizing ontological inferences, each based on the kinds of resemblance and differences that humans detect between themselves and non-humans on a double level, which is physical and moral. And indeed, when faced with any other being, human or non-human, I can assume either that this being has elements of physicality and interiority identical to mine, and I've called this totemism, or that this being's interiority and physicality are distinct from mine, and I've called this analogism, or that we have similar interiorities and heterogeneous physicalities, and I've called this animism, or that our interiorities are different and our physicalities are analogous, and I've called this naturalism, which is the regime under which we live here in the West. I will not go into the details of these modes of identification, the characteristics of which I've described in several of my books. What has been important to me in recent years is to test the relevance of these schemes by examining their analytical purchase in accounting for structural variations in diverse fields of practice and representation. Contrary to the most common approach in the social sciences, it is not the dominant categories of social life that serve here as a template for thinking about the world. On the contrary, it is the organizing principles of cosmologies, the nature of the beings that populate them, and the relation that they are free to weave between themselves that will define the singular form taken by these exclusive assemblages of humans that we call societies. Assemblages that the sociology of the modern chopped up from the fabric of the world so as to transform them into the model of all collective existence. So my hypothesis is the reverse.
Mr. Descola?
Yes?
Please excuse me. You would have 1 more minute? Is it okay?
I have almost finished.
Okay, great. Sorry for the interruption.
Not at all.
Okay.
My hypothesis is the reverse. It is the more elementary principles analytically prior to these social categories that generate the assemblages of humans and non-humans that I call collectives, and that condition the characteristics of the latter. So for me, the ontological and cosmological level determines and explains the sociological level, not the other way around. So just a final word on cosmopolitics taken into that perspective. How can new cosmopolitics be conceived in this perspective? First of all, by reconceptualizing what should be a common good, that is, by extending the perimeter of what this notion of common good means well beyond the usual objects, to also include the climate, biodiversity, the atmosphere, knowledge, health, the plurality of languages, unpolluted milieux, etc., etc. And this obviously implies overturning the usual notion of appropriation, to which I return now, as the act by which an individual or a collective becomes holder of a right over a component of the world, and to envisage a system in which it would be rather ecosystems or systems of interaction between humans and non-humans that would be the bearer of rights of which humans would only be usufructuaries. In such a case, appropriation would run from the milieu to humans and not the other way around. Such a revolution should lead to a change in the mechanism of representation. By this, I mean the delegation of responsibility or free will that would allow agents involved in human and non-human collectives to make their point of view known by proxy in the deliberation upon common affairs. In the spirits of what I've just said about appropriations, it seems essential that the greatest possible number of agents contributing to the common life should see their situation represented, not as individuals, because that would be falling into line with the modern perspective, not as individuals then endowed with interesting rights, be they human, multinationals or chimpanzees, but as associations of beings residing in specific milieus, whether whatever the nature of this milieu, watersheds, mountain ranges, cities, coastlines, neighborhoods, ecologically sensitive area. So a true, and this is the basic notion that I would like to push, a true political ecology, a fully fledged cosmopolitics then, cannot be satisfied with conferring intrinsic rights on nature without giving it real means of exercising them, as, for instance, the Constitution of Ecuador did a few years ago. It must strive to ensure that particular milieus and everything that makes them up, including humans, become political subjects of which humans would be the agents. I will conclude with that. It is a situation which is very common in many parts of the world still, where ethnology and history offer us many examples of collectives in which the status of humans is not derived from the universal capacities deemed universally attached to the person, but from their membership in a singular collective that indissolubly combines territories, plants, mountains, animals, site deities, and scores of all other beings. In such systems, in a word, humans do not own nature, they are owned by it. And it's interesting, and this is my last word, that the settlers of the ZAD, zone à défendre, zone to be defended, in Notre-Dame-des-Landes in Western France, are fond of saying, we do not defend nature, we are nature defending itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting and challenging talk. And as you, when you started, you said there might be some similarities and echoes with the first lecture we had today. And it was not only the shared Marxist offspring of your thoughts, but also many concepts like of the collective, concepts of nature, or even maybe I shouldn't talk about concepts because this could be also something which makes it more difficult to understand. You were talking about a science of relations, which maybe also echoes what James Ogude said about sciences or reflections on narrative, because at the end, narratives are one of the most important relations to understand. And as we can, one of the basic anthropologists of anthropological or nature anthropological practices, the narrative. And I think this is also an echo between the two lectures about narratives and relations. So now I would really ask the public and everybody to just raise the yellow hand or raise any hand you have, and then we are asking you to loudly ask your questions, because when the chat and the questions interwave in, then we have the kind of a chaos. And please, I'm trying to moderate, so and I'm helped by the group, please also, so follow the order of questions. I try to make my very best so that everybody can ask a question. First question from here, from the audience, here in the room, Niels Weidtmann. Or you can. Yeah,
okay. Philippe, thank you very much for this very rich and thought-provoking lecture. I very much appreciate, and I liked what you said, and particularly liked what you said about the different ways of worlding. Let me be very brief. I just restrict myself to one little question, and that is, why are you saying there are just very few different schemes of well, let's say, of ways of worlding? Why wouldn't you allow for a plurality, maybe, yeah, it's just vast plurality of different schemes, and allow the schemata themselves to, as you ended in your lecture, to come from out of the milieu to human beings structuring their, making sense of their world. When you talk of just few schemes, this sounds like, well, they are a priori capacities of human beings, and why wouldn't you allow these schemata to come out of the milieu and be plural? Thank you.
That I constructed in order to understand the system of differences between elements of reality, let's say, that are described by historians, anthropologists, or whatever science that is interested in describing reality. So they are not taken as a series of examples, of instances. They are models. And as models, they are built with elementary principles that allow them to work by contrast with one another in order to provide answers to some of the questions that humans, or at least humans who are interested in comparatism like I am, in broad comparatism, ask themselves, it is why do certain things are combined with others and not with specific other things and not others. So this is a very vast question. I will be delighted to answer to it if and next time I am physically present in Tübingen.
Thank you very much. So we have some people who raised the hand, some people who couldn't do it technically, and I just we have so many questions, so we start with the raised yellow hands, and I would ask first to Xenia Chiaramonte.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much for your talk. I have a very clear question. I'm a jurist. I'm working on how to conceive rights of nature and if we need these rights of nature. And I'm trying to conceive a genealogy that is Western oriented, not oriented, but based on a Western history somehow. And my question here would be, are we sure that to look at other non-Western genealogies, we are not eventually transplanting something that doesn't really, right, that it doesn't deal with, that is not in our culture, it's not embedded in our historical experience. Thank you.
This is another very vast question. It's interesting, since you are a legal scholar, to see that there has been a slight change in the past years in the question of granting rights to nature. I mentioned the Constitution of Ecuador because I believe it was the first time that nature as such was granted rights. But nature is, again, an abstraction. It's a philosophical concept that proceeds from Western thought. It's been very interesting. What it achieved in Western thought is remarkable. Heidegger wrote interesting things about this. But it cannot be generalized because it's an abstraction also, and an abstraction has no rights. So this kind of abstraction should be substituted, and it's a process, an ongoing process right now, by what I defined as milieu of life, or ecosystems, if you wish, that are peopled by humans and non-humans that share specific forms of relation. And this is what happened with the Wanganui River in New Zealand, with the Rio Atrato in Colombia, etc., and many other places. So more and more, and this is what the people in the Zona Défense, in the ZAD in France and in other parts of Europe are trying to achieve also. That is getting rights, because it's the normal way under which we conceive the possibility to act in a certain place, in a certain milieu, with certain, and exert the agency of humans and non-humans, to grant rights to territories and these rights would derive from the territory to the humans and non-humans that inhabit these territories, which is a great change in terms of the conception of appropriation that has been dominant in Europe, since the emergence of modernity. Not in the Middle Ages, for instance, or in antiquity, where temples or deities had rights, no, over territories. But this was abolished with especially the liberal reforms in Europe, and also in other parts of the world, like in Latin America, where it's a very interesting laboratory, Latin America, because of that, because the liberal reforms imported by the Enlightenment transformed completely in a very short time, at least legally, a system of rights precisely.
May I just add something?
Yes, of course.
No. I'm very sorry. It's not possible because we have so many other questions. It's kind of a solidarity with the other ones. I'm very sorry. It was a perfect question and a very big question, but we have to ask, I think, maybe very short questions. And even when the questions are really vast ones, maybe we could, you could try to answer them in a little, let's say, comprehensive way. And we have, for the next one is Georg Stenger and then Matthias Kram.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for your talk. I will just say in a few words my question. It relates on your topic of interagentivity concerning to that. So my question is, you were saying you are being affected by each other. Everyone is affected by each other. Maybe that's a social or maybe intersubjectivity question, but my question is the political dimension where we are asking for in this conference. So what do you think about, because my question is quite close to what Niels was asking, but you have the tendency, in my understanding, to have some groups, decent groups, and you have some collective and special constellations with a view for new cosmopolitism. So, but what do you think about the political issue? Maybe Jacques Rancière, yes, for example, only the political one. He is saying his political dimension is growing up because of a dissent. Dissent as a constitutive question for an encounter between two dissimilar events, he's saying. So what do you mean? Can you understand what my problem is? That we don't have a political issue in a way that otherwise we will falling back to several political constellations, which is going to the end that everyone means I have the truth. I can't compare with the others. Question. It's just so maybe first time from the European side, other from the.
Please, can you please?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, please. My question.
Again, a very vast question. I will only answer very briefly and taking up the clue you offered me with Jacques Rancière. Jacques Rancière in his
only example.
No, in his book La Mésentente, which I think is a very fine book, Rancière argues that the question of politics is not a question of power, because power is everywhere. Power is here in the classroom, in the amphitheaters, in the kitchen, in the house, everywhere. So the question of politics is the question of building new relations or making relations between things that do not appear to connect.
Yeah, dissent.
So in some cases it's conflictual, agonistic. In some cases it's not. And I think this is the basic shift we have to undergo. That is, how do we build relations that are not obnoxious, I mean, to the elements that are related. And this is, which is, so I won't enter into the details, but I think this is the political program that all of us have to adopt in order to transform profoundly the very sorry state of affairs we are into right now. We after the philosophy of the Enlightenment and its political consequences, democracy, parliaments, etc., etc., after the philosophy of socialism in the 19th century, we have to invent a completely new political and philosophical, of course, vocabulary that can account for this kind of state of affairs.
Thank you very much.
So it's a collective responsibility.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Matthias Kram, try to be the champion of a short question.
Yes, I'll try. So thank you very much. My question is, you have defined collectives as stabilized forms of association between beings that can either be ontologically homogeneous or heterogeneous. And my question is, does this notion also include the normative dimension common to many indigenous ontologies, that the relationships between these beings imply reciprocal obligations or practice of mutual care? And why I ask this is because if we go for the notion of rights and say human beings assign rights to Mother Nature, then this would be still, I would say, a naturalist or Western notion.
Absolutely.
And if we would take indigenous ontologies seriously, we would basically have to say that we recognize rights, or we basically have to find a way how to combine the Western notion of rights with the notion of reciprocal obligations or practices of care. So this would be my question.
Again, a very vast question. I will answer very briefly with an example. There's an indigenous community in eastern Ecuador in the Amazon called Sarayaku, and they came some years ago at the COP 21 in Paris to ask for the legal recognition of their territory. What was the argument? The argument was that it was not an argument of autochthony, which is in many cases linked to the Westphalian bias, I would say. It was an argument about the originality of the place they were occupying, where a number of relations, and this is going back to Rancière, where a number of material and spiritual relations, that was the terms that they used, are so specific that what needs to be recognized is not the territory as such, it's the relations that exist in this territory. This is the important aspect, no? So it moves the political agenda towards something else, a specific kind of relation. And also, no, I could talk for hours on notions of reciprocity or predation in Amazonia, so I won't enter into that. I'll save that perhaps for a next occasion in Tübingen.
Yeah, this is what we are thinking about at the moment. It's a kind of profiling of that gets a profile for the next year conference here, and I think it will be extremely interesting. So I propose that Vanessa Weigelt and Dahia Nasser have their question together and together one answer. Please, Frau Weigelt, super short.
Yeah, I think I would like to crush the modes of existence of academia and give my yellow hand to Lucas, who tried to ask a question and didn't get to raise his yellow hand.
Vanessa, this is extremely
Thank you so much.
Friendly. You will get an extra seat in the next year conference with Philippe Descola. It's promised by Niels Weidtmann. So, okay.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thanks so much. I don't find it. I have no yellow hand. I try to paint my hand here. But thank you to see, Vanessa. Thank you so much. Descola, thank you. I put in my question in the chat that you cannot my barbaric English understand. And I make the same question in another way out to Viveiros de Castro in Paris some couple of years ago, and I'm interested to hear your answer in another way. Bruno Latour one day compared your meeting with Eduardo Viveiros de Castro in Paris to a controversy like Sepulveda on Las Casas in Valladolid. Do you remember that, no?
Yeah.
There is we writing a lot about this controversy in Brazil. And does the difference between you remain so relevant? Could multinaturalism derived from the American perspective explode the theme of this conference? I mean, does it make sense if you take Viveiros de Castro serious to speak of an internatural philosophy instead of intercultural philosophy and seek for an internatural critique of the political dimension of culture? Are you modes of identification ontologically compatible with American American? Thank you for
this would also I could talk hours about this. In this discussion between Eduardo and I, this discussion was summarized by Bruno Latour in an article in Anthropology Today as type or bomb. So my position was qualified by Latour as type, and the position of Eduardo was qualified as bomb, that is, as an explosive device against Western metaphysics. The difference, to say things very simply, the difference between Eduardo and I in this respect is Eduardo is mobilizing American thought in general, let's say, and transforming it into a kind of local metaphysics, which precisely explodes and criticizes and Western metaphysics. What I want to do is to take, if you wish, different forms of metaphysics as transformations of each other. That is a way of not giving any privilege to Western metaphysics or American metaphysics in order, for instance, to be able to accommodate African metaphysics, if you wish, or Chinese metaphysics as transformations of each other. And in that respect, my epistemic stance is different, of course. Perhaps I am more faithful to the group of transformation, the Lévi-Straussian group of transformation, than Eduardo is. The political consequences, I think, are similar in the sense that we cannot take a point of departure anywhere, at least in Western metaphysics, but neither in American metaphysics. We have to invent a new point of departure that is based on the transformation of all these points of view into, again, a construct which would be the basis for a new political philosophy. This is a very simple answer, but I would be glad to expatiate later.
So, can you have two last questions? I hope they are not as vast as the other ones and touch your whole ouvrage. So, Dahia Nasser, Laura Walker, you want to have your questions, and please maybe you want to both ask your questions, or is anything already answered? Maybe, if that is
my
not.
question has been answered. So you skip me. If you can hear me, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All I'm saying is my question has been answered, so you can skip me.
Thank you. So Laura Walker, thank you very much, Dahia.
Hello. Thank you for your presentation. It's very nice.
Oops.
I just want to ask Philippe.
I can hardly hear you.
Sorry. Oh, that's a problem. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Yes, at the beginning of your presentation, you began, in effect, by putting aside the questions of the epistemology and ontology of science to focus on the domain of the natural sciences or the human sciences. And I fully understand the reason perhaps why you took that path, but I wonder whether or not you see the central problematic of our relationship to science itself needs to, at some point, come back into play.
Oh, it does, certainly. It does. I don't have the time to answer right now, but it is the problem of science is not science. The problem of science is the epistemology. That is, it is the fetishization of science and of the regime of truth that has been imposed by philosophers on science, rather than what scientists do. And in that respect, STS studies have completely transformed the view we have of science. And so this is, yes, of course, it's a collective endeavor, no? That is, which can be helped by fostering studies which have been going on, and there was a book recently published in English, organized by Jeffrey Lloyd, philosopher of science, specialist of Greece and China, and Aparecida Vilaça, a Brazilian anthropologist on science in the wild, and precisely the idea that science as practiced elsewhere should not be divorced from other aspects of thought and practice that are intrinsical, as it is in modern science. It is epistemologists who have purified science as a sort of logic of truth. But science is, as STS studies have shown, is messy. And so any forms of knowledge of what surrounds us is messy and should be kept messy. What is important is understanding the correlation between the different types of messiness. That's all.
What a very nice closure statement, which will accompany us to our bigger lunch break. We try to be messy, and in our thinking, I think I can thank everybody. The auditory was very nice. I think a very nice collective, because we were a very friendly relationship, and leaving answers and questions to others, very nice solidarity. And thank you, for instance, for this long discussion, and also for a very challenging and fascinating talk to you, Philippe Descola. On va être très très content de vous avoir ici, et vous n'allez pas dormir parce qu'on va vous poser des questions pendant des heures. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, and have a nice lunch break. See you later again. Thank you. Das ist immer schade, dass der...
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to tonight's evening lecture by Rita Segato. We are a little late because we couldn't stop discussing this afternoon section, so we are in ongoing discussions since this morning. So you see it's a very lively conference. I'm very happy that it is this way. Nevertheless, let me welcome you for tonight's lecture by Rita Segato, and let me particularly warmly welcome Professor Segato herself, who is in the midst of the mountains, the Anden, I don't know in English, and has a little bit unstable connection. So in case she loses her connection, we just have to be patient. She'll be back and continue her presentation. So Rita, I'm very glad to have you with us in this conference. Very warm welcome to you. Let me briefly introduce Professor Segato to you. Rita Laura Segato is Professor Emeritus of the University of Brasilia, where she taught in the Department of Anthropology and in the graduate programs of Bioethics and Human Rights. In 2018, the Reina Sofia Museum in Madrid created the Aníbal Quijano Chair and appointed her as its holder. In 2019, I like this particularly, the Universidad Nacional de San Martín in Argentina established the Rita Segato Chair of Inconvenient Thought under her leadership. Segato also participates in the coordination of the Afro-Latin American and Caribbean Studies specialization course of the Latin American Council of Social Sciences. And in 2022, she will be a visiting professor in the Latin American Studies program at Princeton University in the US. Throughout her career, Rita Segato has been a visiting scholar at numerous institutions and taught graduate seminars at various international universities. She has received 5 honorary doctorates and numerous awards, including the Frantz Fanon Award of the Caribbean Association of Philosophy for Lifetime Achievement just this year. She did extensive work in the field of human rights. Among others, she collaborated with the National Foundation of the Indio in Brazil and with various women's organizations in Mexico, El Salvador, Guatemala, Nicaragua, and Honduras. Since 2013, she has worked as an expert witness in various courts. Rita Segato published many books, amongst them translated to German, Las Estructuras Elementales de la Violencia, Wieder die Grausamkeit, from 2003, German 2021, so just published, and then 2007, La Nación y sus otros, and 2016, La Guerra contra las Mujeres. Rita Segato, thank you very much. The title of your lecture is Being Rooted in a Particular, Nature, Refuting Equivalence. It's your floor now. Welcome.
Hello. I cannot hear anything, but can you hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rita,
I'm
can you hear
trying
me?
to share the text because it's in English and sometimes my pronunciation is not that good in English. So to help understanding, I am sharing the, can you see the text?
No, we cannot see the text.
We
Here,
cannot see anything.
Now?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Can you see the text now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So, hello everyone, and I'll read a short text that I translated it into English for the sake of this conference. From the rooted subject to the universal subject, in search of the return journey to an ethics of the non-standardized. I will narrate a process that occurs in a world in which I currently reside in the Andean northwest of my country, Argentina. My argument has important precedents in other authors like Borges, Polanyi, and Escobar, Arturo Escobar, which are the ones that I mentioned in the text. But its originality lies in the fact that my starting point is the description of precise facts that have been related to me, told to me, events that take place in the geography and environment that I know since I was very young and now I inhabit. This is the first text of a series, the tip of the thread of an argumentative path that will develop the difference between rootedness and homologation, convertibility and commutability, consistent logic and paraconsistent logic, cumulative logic and additive logic. A very concrete ethnographic example taken from an old text of mine, published lately in 2007 in my book, The Nation and Its Others, that provides access to what I want to expose and examine here. Pachamama is the name of the earth for the average inhabitant of the Andean region of Jujuy, the place where I am now. And to honor her fertility, people pay homage to her by feeding her, giving her a portion of all food and drink before they eat and drink in festivities. Giving food to the earth is how this gesture, so common in the region, is described. There are also privileged places for dialogue with the earth, wells, waterfalls, mountains, as well as particular times marked in the annual cycle for contact. The landscape where the shepherd families are settled and the expanses through which they travel with their herds are marked with mojones, stone altars marking points of contact with the Pachamama. These mounds are regularly increased in size with new stones deposited during prescribed occasions in the annual calendar, such as the señalada or marking of the herd, carnival or processions on saints' feast days. It follows that this is not the case of a simple interrelation of the agricultural cycle and the ritual cycle, but that they are one and the same in indissoluble reality in the eyes of the inhabitants of the region. This makes it impossible to speak of productive activity as a concept separate from worship activity. The relationship to the cosmos and the relationship to useful space terms that our Western cognitive and linguistic habits distinguish constitute one and the same inseparable reality. A mountain is the physical aspect of a transcendental subjectivity with which it is possible to communicate through topographically idiosyncratic points. It is unique, endowed with different signifying attributes, animated, and through these points, its dialogues with its inhabitants. It is through them, these stone mounds, that they offer water. It is through these places, natural places, it is through them that it offers waters, pastures, passages, and it is also through them that it receives care and offerings. So there is an interchange between people and what we call nature, an exchange of things. During festivals, such as the Señalada or branding of llama cattle, the point of cosmic contact is marked by a pile of stones called mojon, and it is at this single distinct point that the earth is fed. There, around it, ritual offerings are deposited. During Carnival, another heap of stones marks the place where the devil departs from and returns to and is buried when the festival of Carnival is over. Other points of contact can be found on the trails that lead to the abras or mountain passages. The apachetas, stone mounds that are built along the pilgrimage routes and as second points in the mountains and springs, and the mojones, stone mounds on the land of the families, their herdyards and boundaries are points marked by local history through which the connection with the Pachamama cosmos is activated. It is through this point of contact that the hills and the land receive the chaya. It is through them that they are fed. Thus, the immense mountainous regions, monotonous and inexpressive to outsiders, becomes a text where human transits have inscribed and continue to inscribe their signs over a long period of time. Such demarcations testify to the persistence of a conception of inhabited space that is both immanent and transcendent. Also, the sense of community and the values and routines of reciprocity that govern human interaction correlate with the values and routines of reciprocity that govern the relationship with the land. Human relations are here only one aspect of relations with the cosmos and with the habitat. Only a proper understanding of this pattern of relationships between mountain people and their physical environment makes it possible to assess the exact dimension of the change introduced by the arrival of evangelical cults on the scene. Most significantly, the first thing that is done when a family converts is to demolish the cairns or the mounds of stones that demarcate the space occupied by the family that is converting to the new creed. This demolition is done with the help of a truck or other heavy vehicle. With this ritual leveling gesture, the key that regulated the old relationship with the natural space is destroyed, and the old relationship between the inhabitants and the physical space is abolished. The human inscriptions that have made each point and piece of land inalienably singular are suppressed. Land changes its role and meaning. Rootedness disappears and the instrumental approach to the environment is imposed. As a consequence of the religion conversion, the landscape undergoes a profound transformation. The inhabitant of the Puna, which is the name given to the Altiplano in Argentina, begins to look at his horizon in the same way as he would look at any other horizon. Only the particular exploitation techniques are specific to it and remain part of its idiosyncrasy. The inhabited space is no longer a text that speaks about the long-term presence of a people. It no longer speaks about a community and its way of life. Space is transformed into a mere resource for exploitation. I often asked evangelicals in the different villages where I worked how they can continue to practice señalada, which is the marking of the heart, without nourishing the land. The answer was always the same. Señalada became a mere rural pastoral task, barely necessary to recognize the flock. That is, the land and the animals cease to be manifestation of a living, common, shared spirit that runs through them and are transformed into things, exploitable and quantifiable resources. A mystique of the land and its utilities mediated by an obligation of reciprocity between humans and non-humans disappears. This process can be well described in Weber's terms as a typical passage into modernity and the progressive disenchantment of the world that follows. The relationship with nature is no longer one of communication and mutuality, for it becomes one of subject-object governed by instrumental reason. The environment is objectified and transformed into something external and opposed to the consciousness of its inhabitants. Everything that was qualitative and alive becomes quantitative and reified. The relationship with bodies is also altered, and the Cartesian res extensa is imposed, and with it, the pornographic gaze from the eye to the thing, inherent to the subjectivity organized by the pattern of coloniality. Along this path, life as a thing becomes a thing commodity. Land is no longer conceived of an oikonomia, but as an economy. There, the introduction of notions such as land measurement interferes with the previous spatial organization and introduces the concept of land as something divisible and alienable. The land life becomes the land thing, measurable and referable to a grid or universal equivalent necessary for the attribution of exchange value, surface area, presence of springs and rivers, distance of roads for the transit of marketable products become part of the calculation of the price of the property. We thus enter a type of commensurability different from that which is part of the obligation of mutuality and reciprocity in the communal environment. Commensurability, previously directed towards the objective of commuting inherent in economic barter, embedded, as Karl Polanyi so well defined in his work, The Great Transformation, which I call rooted in the community, lodged in a landscape, in a land among land people, umbilically connected in a cosmos rather than in a territory, that is to say, with a non-convertible territoriality. All of that will henceforth be oriented by the calculation of conversion. Convertibility based on a universal monetary referent, and commutability on the ground based on concrete everyday needs are opposing operations. This mutation is operated by means of celebrating religious conversion that demands the erasure of the marks of contact with the Pachamama cosmos. All those stone mounds are destroyed, so there are no places irreducible And there are not those places where the umbilical cord with the cosmos is made alive, is acceded. There is access to it. A religious gesture is transformed into an economic political gesture. For this reason, we can even dare to affirm that reciprocity is the missing slogan in the proclamation of the French Revolution, which would mark a fundamental difference with the other three, because liberty, equality, and fraternity are mandates emanating from the position of a third party situated on the platform of the universal subject who enunciates a general and abstract law. Reciprocity is inevitably rooted in the sense of situated and resulting from its embedding in a country or landscape irreducible to homologation, homogenization, and flattening of a territorialized nature. Reciprocity takes place on the stage of local and regional markets, of the genetic plurality of the species, and of the great variety of people's historical projects. Liberty, equality, and fraternity homogenize and homologize. They are from a world of convertibility in the landscape of an abstracted nature. Reciprocity links, binds, and is from the world of commutability of positions and possessions in the landscape of a concrete and vital nature. Only reciprocity and the principle of commutability can guarantee a radically and irreducibly plural world, where what exists is not homologable in the sense that is not commensurable or comparable by means of homologation referred to a grid of the universal, ultimately monetary equivalent. Non-homologable means that it does not find possible equivalence by means of a universal referent, and this, in turn, means that we are not in the habitat of the nature thing, of life reified and transformed into merchandise. We are in the dimension of the pluriverse, as defined by Arturo Escobar. We are also in the atmosphere of the classification of animals of a certain Chinese encyclopedia, of which Borges speaks, and in which Michel Foucault finds his point of departure for writing his Palabras y las Cosas. But here Borges' classification becomes a desideratum and a point of arrival, and no longer within the framework of designation and linguistics, but within the framework of economics and politics. According to this classification, Chinese, which is a fiction, which Borges tells in his text, the analytical language of Wilkins, animals are divided into belonging to their emperor, embalmed, tame, suckling pigs, sirens, fabulous, stray dogs, included in this present classification, transient, innumerable, drawn with a very fine camel hair brush, etc., having just broken the water pitcher that from a long way off look like flies. He is saying to us, Borges, with his fiction of a classification of a Chinese encyclopedia, that we should realize that it is impossible to abstract life. On this economic principle only this economic principle can give rise to an effectively democratic world, because a democracy that does not have pluralism as its ultimate goal and supreme value inevitably becomes a dictatorship of the majority, and the various forms of fascism having nothing other than dictatorships of majorities. I do not want to forget mentioning here that in other communally structured peoples, other practices have a function equivalent to that of the stone markers in the Andean north of Argentina. Other practices that indicate the irreducibility of the inhabited space, the impossibility of applying the rules of convertibility mediated by the universal monetary reference, and determine the rootedness of its inhabitants. Something as widespread throughout the peasant and indigenous world of my continent, of this continent, as the burial of the navel in the birth of place, in the place of birth. Or the gesture I observed in the houses of African religion in Brazil, where when the saint comes down, when the faithful enters a state of possession by an orisha, the first thing that happens is that his or her foot expels the sandal and touches the ground, because with the presence of the divinity in the body, the earth is transmuted, effectively transubstantiated into African soil. This operation introduces a greater degree of complexity. Where the community celebrates its ritual, the foot of the divinity that arrives marks the ground and transmutes it, transubstantiates it into the ground of rootedness that slavery has not managed to cancel. A religious gesture that is political, a gesture of re-existence, which cancels the possibility of the homologation of inhabited space and the reification of nature. For political philosophers in general, with history conceived in an evolutionary way, oikonomia becomes the state, understood here as the administrative apparatus of a larger domestic economy. In his disappointed work, Power and Glory, Giorgio Agamben, I consider that Agamben's book as disappointing, really. Agamben speaks of the transition from oikonomia to political economy. In this transition to political economy, the government is concerned with the expansion of what was previously entrenched oikonomia. The nation would then be public economy in the sense of an expanded domestic economy. From the story I shared with you, it is possible to understand that to consider this a transit as a simple evolution is an unforgivable mistake. It is not a transit, but the hijacking of a way of being in nature, a way of being in nature, an economic perspective of a rooted communal type in which domestic management has not been expropriated of its politicity, for its transmutation into a political bureaucratic state monetary perspective, a rooted subject that manages to a concrete and non-homologable standardized territory is held by a stick wielded from a universal subject that administers an abstract territory. It is necessary not to be seduced by the scheme that defines as a transition the mutation from oikonomia to political economy, because when seen from our landscapes, it is not about the transition from an administration of the immediate, inherent space in the sense of domestic property to the administration of a political public space, but of two incommensurable ways of being in the world and of thinking the world without possible transitivity, each one with its own conception of what nature is. It is not transition, but the effect of a process of constant colonization based on conditions given by a previous situation of historical oppression guaranteed by the conquest. Coloniality in permanent expansion of its borders and deepening of its impositions. It is the effect of a power relationship and should definitely not be described as an evolution of the mode of management. This transmutation from one economy to another, from one management to another, from one nature to another, will have consequence for women's lives and will exacerbate the patriarchal order, but that is the subject of other texts. So I finished here, and so I am open. I hope you understood. I have a very accent reading in English, but I hope you can follow me by reading the text.
Rita, so thank you so much for this very nice and fascinating presentation. I particularly liked your description of the let's just say the importance of lived situatedness, which is reflected by territoriality as well as rituals, and which cannot be abstracted and might be maybe transformed by, as you said, monetary equivalence or any other equivalence, which makes it just being interchangeable, universal, abstract, and not rooted anymore. Thank you very much for these insights. We do have time for discussion, and I ask you to raise your electronic hands, please, so I can call you to the floor, but I do not see everybody. I have to look there. Okay, I see Angela Rothan. Angela, please, it's your floor.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much, Rita Segato, for your lecture. It really helps me by its conceptualizations to understand many things better that I'm working on also. I was so curious when you told me about the people who left the stones in the land when they were working with their festivals, etc., turning points in the agricultural cycle, that when they became evangelized, they left this practice. And I was thinking, wouldn't it be that these people in the rural areas would remain making these jeeps secretly at another place? That was my question, as an empirical question. Yeah, and you have to unmute yourself, yeah.
Well, not completely empirical. I want to make clear that I am not speaking about any kind of church, not even about all Protestant churches. There are some very particular churches that come to mission in originary people's lands. And so I needed, I think in the paper, I need to make that clear. So no, the people are invigilated. I mean, people must destroy the stone piles, which is very typical of this region. All around me, everywhere, there are stone piles. People, one way they have to tell others that they became religions in this very particular Christian way, which is not every Christian, it's not every Christianity. It's one very demanding and vigilant and Puritan Christian religion. with a hierarchical relationship among the missionary people and the people of the land, they really destroy those marks. With that, they put up a new identity, born again, let's say, people who are born again, people who don't want any link with what they were. And I wrote a whole paper on that. It's very, in which I try to understand why they need a new identity, why they want a new identity, what they are looking for, construing, building that new identity. So really they destroy that way of being. They become richer, for sure. I mean, there are people in trade, they are the people that have shops. They are the people who are in the market of the town where I am here. All people are doing that, pass all through that process. So I think that they don't hide, but perhaps in situations of trauma, situations where life presents difficulties, for example, in health, deaths in the family, then people come back to previous beliefs, that for sure. But destroying this place of communication with the cosmos is a way of constructing the new identity they need in order to become better capitalists, let's say in a short way.
Yes, thank you. So they enter a new network also of economic
that's right.
Options.
Yes,
yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been told there's a question by John Maraldo in the chat. Is that correct?
Yes.
John, would you like to speak up?
Yes, can you hear me?
Please, yes, we can.
Oh, good. First of all, thank you very much for this really insightful presentation. I want to ask you briefly about what you mean by equivalence, which is part of the title of your paper, Refuting Equivalence, even though I don't think you referred to it in the text itself that you read. The reason I ask is that I recently, just today actually, made a presentation in another Zoom conference where I claimed that among many so-called indigenous or native peoples, we actually find a principle of equivalence in the way that these peoples relate to what we call other animals. Not in the sense that there's no disparity of power. Of course, they recognize different degrees or levels of power, but the peoples place themselves as on an equivalent basis in the sense that they perceive themselves as having equal worth, I would say. And so inspired a little bit by the writings of Viveros de Castro, I call this a principle of equivalence. And it also seems to be somewhat paralleled by a new attitude of anthropologists, perhaps like yourself, who no longer take a stance of being a superior objective scientist in relation to another so-called primitive people. You place yourself on a kind of level of equivalence. Could I hear your comment about that and what you mean by equivalence that you're refuting?
Yes, it's the use of words. There is a mensurability. For reciprocity, you have to use a way of calculating some kind of measurability. I mentioned that in the paper. This measurement is a measurement that speaks about the needs, the use value. I mean, what is the possession of the other person you need, and then you made the exchange. It's not that there is not commerce, for example. I come to my idea, to my argument, but it's a commerce which is embedded, which is rooted, and is face to face. So the principle of commutation is there, not the principle of conversion. What I am criticizing is the principle of conversion, how to convert one coin, one money into another money. The idea to think about this came from a paper from Talal Assad on, which could be amazing to say, about sentences, about modern punishment. I mean, how a judge sentence today. We cannot use, what do you call it? Latigazos, the previous pre-modern way of punishing and sentences. So Talal Assad would say, why we need prisons in which we can calculate and make through an universal equivalence of how many years, months, and days can be calculated as sentence by a judge. So in the way of judge sentence, they have to use a universal rule of time, which was not the characteristic of pre-modern sentences. That is also applicable to, that also applies to the argument I constructed, which is the equivalence by means or by reference to this modern universal grid of equivalences, which is also, behind it, there is a universal subject. So how this converse, how this talks to the use the equivalence between animals and peoples, I have to work about that, because I am using equivalence in a very particular way. I mean, how modernity needs and establishes a universal political subject, and this has to be put with in other writings of mine about the patriarchal character of the state, the patriarchal character of this universal subject on which I have written quite a lot, and now it's going to appear my book on that in English by Routledge. So there will be access to that, to those arguments. But in modernity, patriarchy, the state, the subject of politics, and the abstract equivalences, as seen from that perspective of the universal subject, is which are criticizing in this argument. But I understand your question, so I will try to relate and exchange to the use of equivalence by authors like Vivero de Castro. But I am writing about something else.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Thank you. Angela, this is an old hand sign, right? Can you hear me? Okay. Then Claudette Daflon, please.
Hello. I'm from UF, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Oh. It's a pleasure to be here and listen to Rita Segato. Me gusta mucho. Es un grande prazer.
Obrigada.
Un grande prazer. My question is about the power of the churches in Brazil today. My interest is asking Rita, how do you think the power of these churches, like Universal in Brazil, and the America Latina at all, is affecting the conception of nature, and how this change of the conception of the nature is important for exploitation of the nature and the development of agronegócio, the business, like the production of commodities and the destruction of areas and pueblos and people that need of these areas. I wish you explain, how do you think about this? How do you think this connection between the churches, these churches, and the change of the conception of nature and the increase of exploitation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, all that problem is really in the text. I want to make clear something. I respect the people that goes into any church, into any creed, just looking for a vocabulary of spirituality. We have to be respectful of this search for words to develop spirituality. This is one thing, which I am an anthropologist, so I met people in many places, in the jail where I worked for years. In the jail, people looking for a lexicon, looking for a repertoire of words to expand their humanness and their spirituality. And on the other side, the entrepreneurs of the churches, I mean, real CEOs of the churches, which are another kind of people. So I separate very clearly these two set of people, the ones that look for vocabularies, as I said, and the other people who are the owners of the churches, the politicians of the churches, the entrepreneurs of the churches, the CEOs of the churches. Two things. So, and this is a mistake I believe that many anthropologists do, because when they go and do research in churches, they put all together. They put the people and the CEOs together. Well, they put the people and the preachers together. They put the people and the missionaries together. So this is very important to separate. Saying that, I would say that I'm speaking here about all that you are saying, but as an anthropologist, I could tell how that happens in a particular locality, how that is done. Perhaps in other localities, this erasure of the marks of the connection and empathy with nature, relationship, where production and worship are not separated as we see them. We see them as separating the productive life and the worshiping life. Worship and production are the same thing, as I said. There are probably in other places of the earth, in the Amazon zones, that is done in a different way. But I have to say, the lack and the possibility to see in a particular locality how that is done erase the points of connection. And if you erase the points of connection, you have nature change, you have your way of being in the economy in change, and you have an all new political economy. So I use that example to tell that it happens how that happens in a particular locality, in a particular place. But I'm sure that this can be said about the whole Amazon, how people lose a view of nature that is really that really they cross a frontier. They cross a frontier. That's why I criticize Agamben and other authors that believe that that is a transition. That is not a transition. That is a mutation. People transmute from one way of being on Earth to another way of being on Earth, and that opens the doors for capitalism, for capital, for a capitalistic and merchandising and reifying look at nature. I don't know if I answered to you, but I believe that we should do that work for our places. I have the luck to be doing field work in a place here around this area many years ago, where that happened, and people were speaking about that. So I knew how they did it there. We had to find out how they do it in different environments in order to be able to sort of find, as I said in the title of my text, find the journey back to an ethics of the no standardized, of the no homologable, of the no non-equivalent, no? As in the classification of Borges, no? It's really a logic where there are no equivalences. That is extraordinary. I think this is, I saw that, which is used by many works of philosophers and anthropologists. This Borgian classification is used to analyze. But I said I'm using that fictional classification as a purpose, as a desideratum, as a way of becoming what we need to become. Avoid comparisons.
We started late, so let's take some more time for discussion. And next then is Georg Stenger.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much for your inspiring talk. I'm not an anthropologist, but I'm very inspired from your talk. You mentioned at the beginning, and I know, of course, Frantz Fanon, but you didn't follow him in a way. It was changing in your maybe discussion of your question. So you want, if I understand, and if I understood you in the right way, this change from the economia to economy. So it just, this is a problem. And you mentioned polyony with the embedded knowledge. I can follow totally. And then these three big topics, liberty, equality, and fraternity, and changed into a pluriverse. You mentioned Escobar and Foucault, and you cited Borges. It is impossible to abstract life. Yes, so I understood that in that way. Now my question, and you said you are always interested in, and you will point it out, what is a lived situation. It's always very concrete. Yes, it's not universal. My question is now, can you understand this as this lived situation as a phenomenon, as a part at the end of a whole, of the maybe directly of the universal? my question is based on or inspired by Hannah Arendt's position in that way, when she pointed out that you can understand the universal only if you give an example. So in order to get the universal insight. So Arendt is pointed out this as a judgment. So it's the Kantian tradition, but Arendt was transferring this to the political, ethical context, I would say. So my question is, can you find consequences that you have to give some examples from a very special place or space, a lived space, lived situation. Whatever you are doing with that, it has always involved the universal consequence. The universal is always only possible because if you have the chance or the possibility to give an example for that, to understand, not only for these people who are living in this situation, small situation, is always involved the universal idea. What would you say about this? I would say this, for me, it's very important because Arendt was showing in that we need that to open maybe a space of appearance, yes? And this is always connected with a universalization, not in general, but for this directly small problem or question we have when we are looking for some cultural and others involvement.
Hi. Where are you?
I'm just Georg Stenger, yeah.
No, that is a very important question. I mean, real life is like that for everyone.
Yeah.
Real, but that's right. But the pressure of modernity, or as I call it, of colonial modernity, is to trap it. Bureaucracy. Well, I should develop, but I didn't have time here. I should be long. I have written in other places what I think of modernity or colonial modernity. It's quite long. I mean, I could answer your question describing a little bit that argument. I mean, I think from looking at tribal peoples, the path to modernity has two aspects. One aspect is the trapping by the transit of men and their activity, public, passing through a colonial modernity. They trapped all what wants to be public, wants to be considered public and plainly political. On the other side, the domestic gestion, the domestic administration has a enormous fall down, I don't find the words very easily, into intimacy. So all what is done in domestic life, which is the setting of women, becomes expropriated, deprived of politicity. And then I pass to speak of a politicity of the public in trapped by the history of patriarchate, which tends to that which is I'm pointing at now in the talk I did. And then comes Europe. I have a different explanation and examination of the transit to modernity, which is not Bavarian, which is something else. So, because what happens is the fall of domesticity, pragmatic, which is the administration by women. We still have that, which is particular. Anna Arendt is a woman thinking. And in many places you can realize, you can see how she is a woman thinking.
So you can go, maybe if I understand you in the right way, you can strengthen more the post-colonial or decolonial debates. The most of them are women. We know it, yeah. So but you didn't mention that. So it was
I mentioned that. Okay. In my text there is one moment in which I mentioned that.
Okay.
I mentioned the colonial thinking.
Yeah. Okay.
And I believe myself I am a decolonial feminist. There are varieties inside. So I believe this way of doing particular politics, pragmatic politics, defending life now in any way possible, not referring that way of defending life to principles, a non-principialist way of being in politics.
Yes,
all that comes from a history, and that is the history of domestic administration.
Yes, I agree.
Which is not considered administration anymore. So I critique bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is one way of imprinting a common rationality, equivalence to all what is meant to be administrated. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because the words. So, and there is another way of politics, another way of administration, which is not principialist and cannot be done through common universal rules, because it's pragmatic and has as an end only protect life now and here. You understand?
Yes, I understand. I have only this a bit doubt in that way, that because we have always in every countries, every cultures, we have these laws, we have these administrations and all these things. The most of every nation is based on that. Yeah? So it will be a fight against that, if you want.
No, because communal life is totally different than state life.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And if you consider our countries, you consider German state, and we call Argentine state, they are not the same artifact. They are not the same tool, because our states are not born from our history. They don't come from the history of our societies, are implanted coming from beyond the sea and implanted in our space. So there's not the same thing. The relationship of the state administration in our countries never stops to be external, has a relation of exteriority with relationship with what is gestioned, with what is administrated. So, and this a different thing. We call it a state, but nothing to do. Two histories, completely different. Our states are colonial states always, even when we call it republican. So, well, there are lots of complexities, so it's very difficult to. But so communal administration is very different, and there are two. There is a public administration of communal life, which is in the hands of men, and there is the domestic administration of communal life, which is in feminine hands, where masculine and feminine don't mean work, bodies, don't mean biologies, but positions and roles in society. So it's a complexity, great complexity there.
Yes. Thank you, thank you. But it will be a fight, maybe against your president in Brazil.
Well, I am Argentine. I'm not Brazilian.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Rita, I would like to take the chance and just add two very short questions to this. One is, you speak of the colonial modernity with respect to this transformation process of a lived reality to an abstract universal. Don't we face the same problem in the realm of the colonizers themselves? So first question would be, do the colonizers colonize themselves as well? So do we face the same problem all over the world? That's one. And the second, once the economia has eventually been transformed to what you call public economy, would there be a way back?
Well, I expected the first question when I was writing. I'm not sure that I understood properly, but the problem of colonization is that it hit back Europe. Europe, as a imperial colonizing continent, was affected as a repatriated colonization to its own environment. I think this is my way of asking the first. There is an impact of what was done to faraway territories, an impact, a feedback to its own homeland. That is the way I would answer the first question. I don't know if this is satisfactory to you. And if there is a way back, yes. Why? Because there was never in all cultural situations, you have los pliegues, the pleats of its denial. You have as a virtuality or as a remain what was abolished. You never abolished anything. So it's not that there is a way back, it's that something that became hidden is still there. You never removed anything. There are traits and of what was there always. That is what I'm convinced of that. Did you understand what I said? It's because I am not used to write philosophy in English. I can dialogue in English, but to philosophize is really difficult in a language in which one is not used to do it. But did you understand what I said? That what is abolished is only superficially abolished. There is a link of memory, a chain of memories that can be awakened again, but is there.
Thank you so much. Actually, I think most of us are facing the same language problems, and you did a great job. So thank you a lot for your presentation and for this lively discussion. It's 7:15, and I think we do have to come to an end here for today, since we need some more power and lively discussions for 2 more days. And thank you, Professor Segato, for tonight's presentation. It's been lovely. And thank you all for participating in this conference. And I invite you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock straight. Sorry for irritations this morning. I think some of you already have been here at 9 because you thought we would start early. We started 9:30 this morning, but we're going to start 9 straight tomorrow morning with keynote presentations. So have a nice evening, afternoon, night, wherever you are, and see you all back tomorrow morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye to all of you. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you.